Good morning. If you bear with me a few minutes, we're waiting for our other board member. Good morning. I would like to call this regularly scheduled meeting of the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board to order. And Chris, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Cantu?
Here.
Dr. Olson?
Here.
Ms. Tu?
Here.
Ms. Weir?
Here.
Chair Strawn?
Here,
We have a quorum.
we have a quorum. I would like to remind any attendees, if you're expecting to speak this morning, if you would fill out a speaker's card, you can do it also online. There's a QR code floating around here, but all the speaker cards are back there. And I need to make a statement that our board member Betty Olson has requested to participate remotely in this meeting in accordance with the provisions of the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, specifically Government Code 11123.2. Remote participation requires that a quorum of the board be physically present at a single teleconference location that is open, visible, and audible to the public. That's us. Dr. Olson may proceed remotely. Participating in this public meeting, you are required to remain on camera for the entire open portion of this public meeting unless there's a poor internet connection or it would be technologically impractical for you to do so. If Dr. Olson needs to turn off her camera during the open portion of the meeting, she must announce the reason for doing so. At this point, we'll go to our public forum. Any member of the public may address and ask questions of the board relating to any matter within the San Diego Water Board's jurisdiction, provided that the matter is not on the agenda pending before us today. Do we have any online comments, Chris? No? Anyone in the audience here wish to speak? You can have 3 minutes. Tell us what you think. No? Moving on then, we'll go to, let's see, we have to consider the minutes from our April meeting. Can I have a motion to do so?
I'll move that they be approved as mailed.
I'll second.
Chris, call the roll, please.
Ms. Cantu,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Weir,
Aye.
Chair Strawn.
Aye.
Motion carries.
With that, we have our state board member representative here today, Nicole Morgan. Would you like to tell us what's going on in Sacramento before we get there?
Sure. Good morning, Chair Strawn and members of the board. It is an honor to be able to join you this morning. And so, thank you for that opening. The Water Board's annual Water Quality Coordination Committee meeting will be held this Thursday and Friday in Sacramento at the Cal EPA headquarters building. This meeting has been conducted nearly every year by the state and regional water boards since Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act went into effect in January 1970. So this is the one time a year that the state and regional board members are able to get together and have a meeting. So it's great to see all the board members from all the regions in person if they are able to make it. So look forward to seeing those of you that are able to make it this Thursday and Friday for an in-person board meeting, well, in-person water quality control committee meeting. So let's see here, other items that are happening around the state. The agriculture expert panel. On March 30th, the state board released the draft report of recommendations of the second statewide agriculture expert panel. This panel, so their report was released. Comment period has been extended to 12 noon on May 4th, so that has passed. Staff will hold public working group sessions and on May 18th from 3 to 6 p.m. and on May 27th from 3 to 6. So more information is available on the program webpage which you can find on the state board webpage. So the Cal EPA Vapor Intrusion Work Group has been holding workshops this year. There was a total of 5. The last workshop will be held on May 14th from 9 to 2. And these workshops are only available through Zoom. And so you will have to go on to the Vapor Intrusion webpage to register and then participate via Zoom. The Delta Conveyance Project. So just to note that I am on ex parte, so I won't be able to answer any questions on this one. So the protestants rebuttal portion of the DCP hearing will begin in June, so next month. On April 23rd, the Administrative Hearing Office staff released a ruling on the Department of Water Resources objections. And on May 1st, staff also released procedural ruling on evidentiary objections. And so all of those can be found on the Administrative Hearing Office, AHO's webpage. So the regulations for on-site treatment and reuse of non-potable water. So those actually went into effect on April 22nd. State board staff has updated the status of the regulations on the webpage, and so those are now effective. Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So each year the board takes a look at the intended use plan. Staff make changes to that and make recommendations on how those funds will be spent annually. So that effort is currently going. And so a state board will have a workshop to accept comments on May 19th on the draft for state fiscal year 26-27. And public comments will be due by noon on May 27th. The state board will conduct a board meeting to consider adopting the updated plan no earlier than July 7th. So please, tune in. That is, may seem like a minor effort, but that is, it really does show how the funds that we receive through not just the revolving plan, but all includes also the state funds that we have that shows how funding will be used for anything within the clean water area. So clean water, that also includes stormwater and recycled water. So, please tune in and, let us know if you have any comments on the staff proposal there. Also annually, our staff take a look at fees for, all of our programs. And so meetings have been ongoing. Let's see here. So drinking water and ELAP fees, they will be having a meeting on June 11th. And water quality and water right fees, they'll be having a meeting on June 12th to discuss with stakeholders any adjustments to those fees. And we do always welcome any input on those. So wastewater needs assessment, that is an ongoing effort that staff have been working on since July 2024. And they did form an advisory group for it. I believe it has about 30 members. And so that has been a great effort throughout the state. There has been 8 meetings to date. And in addition, there has also been office hours supported by UCLA. So the team has been having discussions on the unsewered areas and mapping data, which is considered to be task 2B, and updates to inadequate and at-risk facilities list. I want to thank your staff for taking a look at that list and doing some truth checking. And so this is where State Board staff has been working with regional staff to come up with a methodology that can be reproduced each year to take a look at the needs through the state. So looking at basically having methodology that takes a look at different enforcement areas, different violations for facilities that the state does regulate. We also are taking a look at the unsewered areas and looking at a mapping effort that University of Massachusetts has been helping us with, along with Sacramento State Office of Water Programs. And this is the first type of mapping that has been done in the nation, where we're taking a look at machine learning and having it learn California and learn our systems and learn to where it can help us to identify unsewered areas and help us to understand better what does the world of wastewater look like here in California. And so just because an area is unsewered does not mean that is at risk or it needs additional work done. But what it does is to help us to identify the area so that then we can dig in further and we can learn more about those systems and we can ask more questions. And so this is just another tool that we'll have within our toolbox that we can use for various work within the water board space. The last but definitely not least, safe and affordable funding for equity and resilience, our SAFER program. The advisory group will be holding a meeting on May 28th from 9:30 to 4:30. So that concludes my report for this month. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
I have a question. On the vapor intrusion group, is that mainly dry cleaners or what vapors are they worried about?
So yes, it does primarily come from dry cleaning facilities. And so taking a look at, looking at, especially for areas that have been impacted by the vapors, and particularly where they've been finding where maybe a neighborhood and homes have been impacted. And so just looking at additional, let's see here, this one here is looking at the paths to closure and risk management decision-making. And so working through that policy and how we can better serve the public that have been impacted by old dry cleaning facilities that did an improper disposal of their chemicals.
I'm curious about this this mapping of the unsewered areas. What's your timeline for publishing this data? And then do you anticipate regulations will follow from that?
So right now we're not looking at any regulations. This is a non-regulatory effort that we're undertaking. And so they are fine tuning the map. There are some, with it being the first, there's some tweaks that need to occur. And so we're looking at making those. And so I would say hopefully by the end of this year, this complete effort is going to be done by the end of next fiscal year. And so we'll have the complete report and all the tools and everything completed within the next year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hope to see some of you the next 2 days.
Sure. Do any of my fellow board members want to report on anything that has gone on in the last month? No?
I'll just make a note. Chair Strawn and I went to Imperial Beach to look at the SEP project underway by Ocean Connectors. So thank you to everybody who made that happen. It was really inspiring to see youth engaged in identifying birds and looking at water quality and planting plants. So it was a real treat to go out there and see some of the good work that's happening in the community.
We got to see plants make music, right? That was interesting. Yeah, thank you for that. With that, we'll go to our executive officer's report. And David, you want to start that with an award?
I believe we do.
Cleo Munoz. See here? Okay, let's hope she's online here. Is presented with a Superior Accomplishment Award for her contributions to our records management process. Cleo led a successful initiative to enhance record management and retention for the organization. The main goals were to ensure compliance with the Public Records Act, promote transparency, and transition to fully electronic record keeping. Cleo assessed current protocols, identified staff challenges and gaps, and implemented refresher training to reinforce statutory compliance. The major achievement was moving physical records to electronic format. With a weekly scanning schedule, quality audits, and paper assignment, followed by safe destruction after 90 days. Cleo continues to address the process inefficiencies by collaborating with the DIT and database experts, conducting audits to find and resolve database glitches. Progress is tracked through training logs and weekly metrics, resulting in improved compliance, greater transparency, and a stronger standardization of record system for the region. Cleo's hard work helps us in our public service mission in many ways.
Cleo's hard at work today, preparing a response to a Public Records Act request, so I will be happy to accept the award on her behalf. We'll present it to her at the June meeting when she's able to attend. The work that our front desk staff does, our mission support staff does, is really critical to our ability to carry out our mission. If we had to have technical staff going through the files and pulling out paper copies, we would literally be getting nothing done, especially with the ramping up of Public Records Act requests that we've seen among the regional boards statewide. So digitizing this makes it a lot easier, more transparent, streamlined for the public to get it, and we wanted to acknowledge her hard work on this today. So we'll have a chance to repeat that come June. Are there any questions on the written executive officer's report this month? I have a couple of additions then to make. Happily, we can introduce two new staff today. I'd like to ask you to join me in welcoming Marielle Decker, who is now the Senior Environmental Scientist for our Water Quality Restoration and Planning branch. She has over 10 years of experience, most recently with the City of Escondido, and a master's degree in Resource Management and Conservation and Environmental Science as her bachelor's degree. We're really glad and happy to have her working on our basin plan with a number of big projects that she now has to step into, like tribal beneficial use designations, REC 1, TMDL updates, and others. So we're welcome, Marielle. I'm also happy to welcome Emily Yagi, who is a water resource control engineer, just started with us. We were able to hire her from the Department of Parks and Recreation, where she designed projects in compliance with water quality regulations, including stormwater. And she is a licensed professional engineer, excellent, and a master's degree from UCLA. So we're very happy to have her on board filling up that stormwater unit. We'll have more introductions to do in the coming weeks as we're filling up a number of vacancies. If there are no other questions on the EO report, I'll transition to item 3, which is the border update. It has, of course, been a very busy month. I am happy to report that I have communicated with IBWC, and they are working on the board's concerns on the Citizens Forum and the biannual technical work group, and I've advised them that they should come prepared to give you a full explanation in the June update. So I believe that they are doing that. I was happy to present at the AEP conference with IBWC on border issues. Sally Spainer from IBWC joined me on that Saturday afternoon conference. We had a very large group and a lot of questions. And on May 7th, Melissa Corona represented me at the IEA conference, giving essentially that same presentation to IEA. We're very happy that she was able to be there. Tomorrow, in fact, we will be hosting the California-Mexico Border Relations Council meeting. They'll be meeting here in our boardroom, and Secretary Garcia is expected to be both with us at WQCC in Sacramento and here. That will be fun to watch her do that. But this is an annual meeting of agencies in California and Baja California working on a number of issues that cross sectors on border traffic, agriculture, and as well as water quality. So we're happy to host them here, and we contribute to their annual report each year, which has been submitted. PB Sila, the river diversion in Mexico, is operational. They did shut it off for about a 48-hour period during the most recent rain event. They're only operating, I believe, right now with 2 out of 3 pumps, about 23 million gallons per day. And the river flows have been remaining stubbornly about 12 million gallons per day, 7-day daily average. This morning, it was flowing at about 3.9 cubic feet per second, which is about 2.5 million gallons per day during that 15-minute increment. And the air quality issues have not changed with the reduction in flows. If anything, they've gotten worse. Last night between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., it was always above 40 parts per billion. The human health threshold is 30, and it reached 203 for more than an hour during the night. And this has been frequent. We've been seeing long exceedances and multiple exceedances overnight from the sewage contaminated flows in the river. I did meet with the County of San Diego on April 13th to discuss Saturn Boulevard issues and projects that they're interested in working on, including returning to the discussion on river diversion. So we had a discussion on that. Many of those points were also represented at the IEA conference and at the AEP conference in terms of the history of and potential utility of a river diversion. And I'm very happy to close with the report that our Border Protection Unit, BCP, is advancing through the legislature. I represented the board at the March meeting and was expected to return there last week for the Senate, but the Senate moved forward with our proposal and had questions on other issues. So we expect that to be in the June budget. Nothing's certain till it is, and nothing's certain till it's voted and signed. But we are optimistic at this point that we will have that position authority established for us to fill in the new fiscal year starting in July, and we'll do that as quickly as we can. And that concludes my report unless there are any questions. Yes, Board Member 2.
Thank you, Dave, for that report. The river diversion, with the county proposal, is that funded through the? No.
There is.
Sorry, know what I was asking.
It has been studied by US EPA, and they studied it again for the programmatic environmental impact statement for the USMCA funding. They identified a project, which is Project D on their list, which would take the PB Sila flows and rather than pump them to the coast and discharge them untreated, they would convey them to a standalone facility at IBWC to be treated and then discharged out the ocean outfall along with the treated wastewater. But that has received no federal allocation, no federal authorization, and there's additional NEPA study that has to be done before that project can move forward. IBWC is interested in perhaps applying for Proposition 4 funds to complete that NEPA phase and do a feasibility analysis for an on-site treatment system. But as we pointed out at the conferences and to the county, there would have to be substantial nation-to-nation negotiations, probably 1 or more treaty minutes, and the need for cost sharing. And what we really want to avoid is the very natural outcome that the river would be used to just convey sewage to the border for us to treat there rather than through the sewage collection system where we're spending a lot of time and money in Mexico and the US improving it. So we want it to be an urban runoff diversion system, not a sewage diversion system. But 75 years of history have shown that we have persistent flows there that need to be addressed. And that is one proposal that has been studied now several times. It is dependent now upon Congress providing that direction, authorization, and allocation to do it.
Can I follow up? So it's in its infancy. It's not, because it doesn't have a lot of legs yet.
It's a well-studied concept for which right now we don't have a plan to fund it or to build it. And Betty Olson, Dr. Olson, you have a question.
I just wanted to quickly ask, what is the volume that will be in the diversion and then the level of treatment it would receive at the international border?
It is the PB-SELA diversion, and it'd be up to 35 million gallons per day when they can actually operate all 3 pumps. And it would be treated to primary and blended with the secondary effluent from the wastewater plant. Alternatively, it could be introduced if it continues to be mostly sewage into the headworks of the plant, provided it's adequately sized. And another alternative, which the administration, I believe, is working on, is to negotiate an increase in the size of San Antonio de los Buenos and have the PB-SELA flows conveyed there and treated there before discharge at Punta Bandera. And that would be treated at a wastewater treatment plant. So there are several studies and options under consideration with Minute 333. It remains a concept that the board has supported by resolution back in 2019. It is likely to be something we will need in the long term. And it's also a potential resource as we deal with long persistent droughts. This coming year may not be one, but that will becomes potential source water for recycling and reuse elsewhere. And those were there were several projects of that studied in the record of decision. So there are opportunities there that we continue to advocate for.
So it means that the border treatment plant would have or could have a total volume of 70 million gallons, or it's the treatment plant's being expanded to 50.
Yes, it would be about 85 million gallons if we were able to do both. And the outfall was sized to about 180 million gallons per day. So there's plenty of capacity there. And the record of decision and the programmatic environmental impact statement had a number of graphs and schematics and maps that I used in the presentations that showed where the pipeline would go, where the facility would be built at IBWC, how it would fit with the expansion plan so that they're not competing for space. But it's a good idea for right now that we don't have funding for. In the meantime, getting PB-SELA operating on a 7-day-a-week basis and having the flows discharged at Punta Bandera, even if untreated, is far better than having it flow down the Tijuana River, where we have overnight hydrogen sulfide issues.
Agreed. Thank you.
And that concludes my report on item 3, unless we have any speakers or questions from the audience in the room or on Zoom. Seeing that we do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gibson. We always appreciate your thorough report. It's a sticky problem, but it's good to hear people still keeping pressure on the grindstone moving forward. Let's see. At that point, we'll move to our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar may be removed at the request of any board member or person. If an item is removed from the consent calendar, it will only be voted on at this meeting if the board accepts the staff recommendation for the agenda item. Otherwise, the item will be continued to a subsequent meeting. Are there any comments or concerns with the agenda, with the consent calendar? Hearing none, I will entertain a request for, or a call for a motion.
I'll be happy to motion to accept the consent item.
I'll second.
Chris, would you call the roll?
Ms. Cantu,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Weir,
Aye.
Chair Strawn,
Aye.
motion carries.
So we get to move right into our action items. The next item is expected to take 20 or 30 minutes. Consideration of the administrative civil liability order ACLO against Baldwin and Sons Portola Center South construction site. The next item is, okay, I just read that. Item number R9 2026-0063. At the April 8th meeting, we held a hearing on this matter. After receiving oral comments, the board closed the hearing and adjourned to closed session to consider evidence and deliberate on a decision. The board directed our advisory team to bring this order to us for consideration today. Issuance of the tentative order would impose administrative civil liabilities in the amount of $2,978,402 upon the parties, with the specification that SRC-PH Investments, LLC, is only liable for violations through November 12th of 2015, consistent with the court's ruling. The tentative order was released for public review on April 29th. Today, the parties will be provided 5 minutes each to provide oral comments on the tentative order. At this time, I would like to call, boy, you already moved up, good, Julia Macedo and Frank Melbourne. Got your 5 minutes.
Thank you, members of the board. Frank Melbourne with San Diego Water Board, and I'm speaking on behalf of the prosecution team today. We'd like to thank you for your consideration of our oral comments last month. We'd also like to show appreciation for the advisory team for their time at looking at this matter. And we support the adoption of this order as proposed. That being said, this case occurred in the far northern reaches of our jurisdiction up in city of Lake Forest. It was not easy for us to get up that far. So we did rely quite heavily upon the evidence that was collected by the city of Lake Forest staff, their photographs, their inspection reports. They were our eyes and ears on the site before we could get up there, because there were several discharges and storm events that happened before we got word of the extreme environmental impacts that were happening up there, the extreme noncompliance by the discharger up there. So that was very beneficial for us to be able to rely upon that evidence that was collected by the city of Lake Forest. Unfortunately, due to one of their inspectors' inability to change out the batteries in their digital camera, we ended up losing probably a third of the photographs that documented those violations by the discharger. But we dealt with those things. Additionally, we were disappointed that the discharger's initial volume of stormwater runoff that they submitted to us was disavowed by the discharger, and they inserted their experts, their most recent experts' volume calculation in there. There was no ill effect to the discharger from that initial submission. And we would like to see in future permits that if there is some sort of submission like that, that there at least be some sort of negative inference based upon that, because we initially did rely upon that submittal that they provided. That is an admission by the discharger. In addition to that, this is an administrative law arena, this hearing that we conducted. Dischargers Council conducted this as if it was in Superior Court, and it pushed the limits very extreme on how we conduct this. And thankfully, we had tremendous support from the Office of Enforcement. We had two attorneys that helped us with understanding the complexities of the organizational structure of Baldwin and Sons that allowed us to pierce that corporate veil. We also had their engineers that did our experts' report on the volume calculation. Unfortunately, that court found that he was not an expert, and they kicked that out, and we dealt with that. But I appreciate that the Office of Chief Counsel Attorneys did their best to push back against Dischargers Council on trying to make this a Superior Court case. And I think they found a good common ground. So in all, we appreciate the efforts by all involved. We worked very hard on this case. We do think it should have been for a higher dollar amount, but we accept what has been proposed today. And we thank you so much.
At this point, then we'll call up the discharges representative, Stephen T. I believe he's online.
Good morning, Chair Strawn and members of the board. I hope you can all hear me.
Loud and
Okay.
clear.
My name is Stephen T., as you know, and I'm counsel for the petitioners in the pending Superior Court action, who are the dischargers here. Back in June 22nd, 2022, I appeared before this board during its consideration of the original ACLO. And during that hearing, I urged the board to not issue that ACLO because it improperly relied upon opinions of state board employees such as Mr. Elder, who lacked the expertise to provide the opinions that formed the basis of that order. Of course, as you know, instead the board voted unanimously to issue that ACLO that was lacking in support of substantial evidence. Fortunately, on September 4th, 2025, the Orange County Superior Court issued its ruling on my client's petition for writ of mandate. And in that ruling, the court found that this board's issuance of that original order constituted a prejudicial abuse of discretion because the regional board's only designated expert, Brian Elder, his testimony, quote, testimony and calculation did not rise to the level constituting substantial evidence. And that's the court ruling at page 16. To the extent that the board adopts this new ACLO, I fully anticipate the Superior Court will conclude that the new order, like the first one, lacks the support of substantial evidence. Why do I anticipate this? Well, the fundamental error in this new tentative ACLO is that it provides a per gallon or volume penalty assessment for violation number 1 based upon Mr. Walker's calculation of approximately 1.94 million gallons of stormwater runoff. And so why is this a problem? Well, by adopting the tentative ACLO, the board would fall into the same trap as it did with regard to the original order, imposing a per gallon penalty assessment without the support of substantial evidence. The board should recall that the original ACLO stated explicitly that Mr. Walker's calculation was, quote, based on numerous faulty, unsupported, or unstated assumptions. And that's administrative record at 85754. In my view, remarkably, the new ACLO simply eliminates the prior ACLO's text. It strikes it out. All of the text explaining why Mr. Walker's estimate is not reliable or accurate. It's as if the board is pretending that the previously stated shortcomings no longer exist. But of course, nothing has actually changed. The administrative record remains the same. So what the tentative ACLO states instead is it states, and I'll quote, the board's inability to independently verify Walker's assumptions is not relevant in light of the court's ruling. That's at page 37. In other words, the new order simply proclaims that none of the board's prior findings regarding its concerns about the accuracy or reliability of the Walker estimate matter any longer due to the court's ruling. And I understand why the board may want to distance itself from its prior findings regarding the Walker estimate, but there's simply nothing in the court's ruling that removes the significance of the prior ACLO's stated concerns about the Walker estimate. Ultimately, the tentative ACLO before the board concludes in its discussion by stating that the Walker estimate, quote, represents the undisputed minimum volume as calculated by dischargers, and that there is no reliable expert opinion in the record that the actual discharge volume was less than Walker's best estimate. And unfortunately, that's just not true. The tentative ACLO's conclusion is wrong and fails to cite to or acknowledge the only expert testimony in the administrative record about the Walker estimate, and that's the testimony from Mr. Walker. You see, Mr. Walker testified to this board in January 2022, and that testimony is directly contrary to the tentative ACLO statement that I just cited. He testified, and I'll quote, our analysis itself is inherently conservative, overestimating the discharge and that we've not accounted for all the storage as is evidenced from the photographs. And that's administrative record at 85080. And then he testified, quote, "We conclude there is no plausible scenario under which the actual discharge volume for the 4 storms would have exceeded 1.94 million gallons." And that's administrative record at 85096. So contrary to the ACLO's statement that the Walker estimate is the minimum discharge volume, Mr. Walker testified to just the opposite. He had testified explicitly that that estimate was a overestimate and the actual amount discharged would have been less. In other words, his estimate provided the maximum, not the minimum, discharge volume. Based on the evidence in the administrative record, the board's issuance of the tentative ACLO being considered today would be the definition of a prejudicial abuse of discretion. But there is still a chance for the board to do the right thing. And that is simply to acknowledge that the administrative record lacks sufficient evidentiary basis for imposing a per gallon penalty for violation number 1, and instead impose a per day penalty for this violation. And it is clear in every, I'm just wrapping up, thank you. It's clear in every administrative, every single prior ACLO issued by this board prior to this one, that's exactly what the board did because of those ACLO statement that it was too difficult to accurately determine the volume of unauthorized discharges. We're simply asking the board to follow the law and its prior precedent rather than issuing another flawed ACLO. And thank you all for your time and attention this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. T. Yes, please.
Thank you, Board. This is Julie Macedo, counsel on behalf of the cleanup team. I just wanted to address briefly with the remaining time. To the extent that the proposed order uses the Walker opinion, I think it's important to remember that the advisory team and the board are independent decision makers, and Walker made a lot of statements, including some legal positions regarding waters of the U.S., and also came to a conclusion, but he did have information about inputs, the model selection, on-site storage, and so forth. And the advisory team actually designates water board technical staff, I believe in this case, Ben Neal and Wayne Chu. And so they have looked at that, and you can come to an independent conclusion on your own and feel that you are supporting that and not just relying on what we feel is an admission by the discharger. We obviously have been very frustrated by this matter. It's more than a decade in getting to a resolution, and we're not quite there yet. While we support everyone's opportunity to challenge due process and the evidence against them, a lot of the evidence, including some of the inputs for the SWIM model, which Dr. Walker would have preferred to use, are totally within the control of the discharger. They did not provide them. They did not want to use them. What I heard from Mr. T was only the objection to the statement that this is the lowest possible amount, which obviously that's the case considering the discharges continued. There were many that weren't alleged, and we stopped to bring the ACL, and then the project ultimately wrapped up before any penalty has been paid. So I just, I echo Mr. Melbourne's comments about the importance of the administrative proceeding and the facility allowing people to challenge the evidence, but not simply claiming that when a superior court has affected one aspect of it, that Water Code Section 13385 per gallon penalties are inappropriate in every instance. There was plenty of evidence here, and the advisory team technical staff found it and modified it appropriately.
Thank you. At this point, we'll open for public comment, and either on Zoom or in person, and we'll give each person 3 minutes. Do we have any comments? Chris, anybody online? No? If not, do we need to hear from our advisory team at all in this item?
Good morning, Chair Strawn. The advisory team recommends that you ask for a motion to consider the tentative order.
I will do just that. Can I have a motion at this time?
So moved.
I can second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we need to do any deliberation here before I call the roll?
Ms. Cantu,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Chu,
Aye.
Ms. Weir,
Aye.
Chair Strawn,
Aye.
motion carries.
I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
It's important that the residents of the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board region are made aware of all of our efforts to protect the water quality throughout our region, including the far reaches of our regions where this is located. So I think we should use the media opportunities that we have before us, that we've used traditionally, to reaffirm and remind people that we are working to protect the water quality of the waters where they live.
Thank you. Well said. And thank you. At this point, it might be, well, we've been pretty quick to this point. But the next item's going to take an hour. Should we have a short break first? I had noted that. Okay, let's just take 5 minutes if we can, please. Thank you. Welcome back. And for our information item, I would like to just introduce Gabe. Get the last name. Gabe Harrow. So,
I believe we have a presentation as well. There we go. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Strawn and members of the board. My name is Gabriel Haro, and I'm an engineering geologist here at the San Diego Water Board. Today, we'll be presenting an update on the shipyard sediment cleanup site. I'll provide a brief introduction to this item, followed by the technical presentation delivered by the Shipyard Trust. And the purpose of today's update is to brief the board on the status of the shipyard's cleanup and abatement order, including the remedial actions completed and the post-remedial monitoring completed thereafter. This will include a discussion of key findings from the post-remedial monitoring and how those results compare to the success criteria outlined in the monitoring plan. And we are now entering year 10 of monitoring this year, so that will also be outlined in today's update. We will be addressing additional investigation activities scheduled to occur at the North Shipyards as well at the end of the presentation. And just to orient everybody here, this map shows the ongoing sediment cleanup and investigation sites located throughout the San Diego Bay. The sites here listed on the left appear from west to east, just as are shown on the map. The shipyard site is denoted by an arrow. It is the southernmost site relative to the others. And I wanted to include this graphic, which summarizes the typical sequence for sediment cleanups that we follow, typically beginning with the feasibility study, followed by remedial design and selection design rather, implementation, and then post-remedial monitoring to determine if the remedy was successful. And the shipyard site is currently in the post-remedial monitoring period as highlighted here. So today's update will primarily focus on the implementation of the remedy and the results collected during the monitoring thereafter. Before discussing the monitoring results, it's helpful to place the shipyard CAO in the broader history of the sediment quality objectives, which are being implemented at investigation sites throughout the Bay. The timeline here shows how SQOs evolved since the 1990s and 2000s, leading to the adoption of the Basin Estuaries Plan SQOs for aquatic, human health, and wildlife in 2008 to 2011, followed by the provisions in 2018. And the shipyard CAO, as highlighted here, was adopted in 2012, represents one of the Bay's early cleanup actions. While the shipyard CAO does not require using the SQOs for compliance, current investigations and monitoring conducted throughout the Bay are consistent with this framework. And this slide here reflects the board strategy for restoring and protecting key beneficial uses throughout the Bay. The strategy for a healthy San Diego Bay, adopted in June of 2015, which protects habitats, recreation, and fish and shellfish consumption. Since it was adopted, our office has prioritized actions directly to support these uses and move the Bay towards healthier conditions. As you'll recall from the last slide, the shipyard CAO was adopted in 2012, so it predates this strategy. But with that said, these principles guide how we approach ongoing investigations throughout the Bay. And before I hand things over to the Shipyards Trust, I wanted to discuss a few items from the shipyard's case to stand out, make it stand out as a unique case in the San Diego Bay cleanup history. The CAO was developed in the early 2000s before many of our current tools and frameworks were in existence. And the final settlement was court mediated and heavily negotiated. It relied on more limited data sets compared to what we work with today. There were many responsible parties requiring extensive coordination, and non-governmental organizations or NGOs played a significant role throughout the process. With that brief overview complete, I will now turn it over to the Shipyards Trust. They will present the technical details of the post-remedial monitoring and discuss how things are performing at this stage.
Thank you, Gabriel, and good morning, everyone on the board. Thanks for having us here today. We've been working on this project for a little while, so it's great to finally be here and give you all an update. So my name is Kyle King. I am the representative here from the Shipyard Trust. I personally have been working on the project for over almost 15 years now. So it's really fun to be here as we reach the final milestone of our project. So as you can see from the image behind you, the project is split into two shipyards. That's called the North Shipyard and the South Shipyard. The North Shipyard is BAE Systems. The South Shipyard is NASSCO. All right, here's a brief outline of what we plan on going through today. We're going to start talking about the post-remedial monitoring team, spend a little bit of time going through the results of the remedial action. It's been a little while. As we're in year 10, it's been about 10 years since we finished the construction at the North Shipyard. Later on in the presentation, we'll go through our plans for year 10, which includes sampling for PCBs, as well as some follow-up work from the year 5 post-remedial monitoring. All right. This slide shows you the general organizational chart of the post-remedial monitoring team. And similar to the remedial action, there's a lot of parties here, and this requires a lot of successful coordination between the Shipyard Trust, the Water Board, of course, BAE and NASSCO, as well as all the consultants and sampling teams working for us. So at this point, I am actually going to hand the presentation over to Michael Whalen from Anchor QEA. Michael Whalen is a good friend of mine. We've been working together on this project for 15 years since I started, and Michael even longer than me. So it's been my pleasure to work with him, the Water Board, and the rest of the team. So thank you, board.
Thank you, Kyle, for that nice introduction. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Gabriel, for teeing this up. That's right. My name is Michael Whalen. I am a professional engineer in the state of California. I've been the lead engineer on this project since the days when the cleanup and abatement order was being hammered out. So I do go back a ways, and like Kyle said, I'm excited to go through what we've been finding. Do I push this button? Okay. Yeah, let me give you guys a few details on what we did and what we're finding. These are the two shipyards, as Kyle mentioned, the South Shipyard, NASSCO, the North Shipyard, BAE Systems. Together, they comprise the shipyard site. Now, this is an important map because it shows the framework for how we did the work and how we're monitoring the work. The entire site, the two shipyards together, is shown here, and it's subdivided into 65 smaller areas, each one of which is represented by a sample location, a sample station. There's 65 of them, and they come in 6 different colors because they've been bundled per the CAO into 6 different groups that are studied individually for the site. And the purple group and the tan, I guess would be the best way to put it, grouping, that's where actual remediation work was done. And the other areas, we did not do remediation work, but it is part of the remediation area being studied. And this is going to be important in a few slides because it is how we derive one of the measures for a remedial goal. So anyway, that's the two shipyard sites and how it's been subdivided in all these areas, which are termed Thiessen polygons. It's like a mathematical way to express the area associated with each sample. Here is a little more detailed summary of everything that has happened since the CAO was issued in 2012. Like Gabriel said, we prepared a remedial action plan, submitted it to the regional board. The South Shipyard, NASSCO, was the first to be remediated by dredging and placement of clean cover, as I'll explain in a minute. And that was done in 2014. And then between 2014 and 2016, the North Shipyard was remediated. And ever since that time, since it was done in 2016, we've been monitoring ever since. And like Kyle mentioned, we are approaching the 10-year mark. So I'll give you an overview of what we've been finding since the remediation was accomplished. What we actually did for these two shipyards by way of remediation was, like I said, we dredged many of the areas that I showed on the earlier map. Altogether, a little over 142,000 cubic yards of sediment were dredged from the shipyards and sent to commercial approved landfills in San Diego County. But we couldn't dredge everywhere because some of the places were underneath piers or too close to structures, so it'd be dangerous to dredge that close. And so in those areas and in some of the places we did do dredging, we laid down a clean sand cover. And there was over 42,000 tons of clean sand cover placed over the remedial area. And that middle picture on this slide shows you, if you see it, is a conveyor belt moving clean sand underneath a otherwise inaccessible underpier area. So that's one of the ways we laid down the sand cover. So that's what we did. And now it's been done. And now we monitor it. I do want to say a few words, though, about kind of the formulation of the cleanup goals that I'm going to walk through for a few minutes. The regional board investigated, as part of its research for the cleanup and abatement order, what constitutes background concentrations in San Diego Bay. And this summarizes the scientific processes undertaken using reference stations throughout the bay that were purportedly unaffected by known pollution sources, and were tabulated and summarized statistically, and were used by the board to determine background levels of concentrations, utilizing methodology previously developed by other parties. Many groups were participating in this process. As you see here, the port was involved, the city was involved, environmental groups were involved, and was all worked out by the water board and used to formulate cleanup goals and background concentrations. For example, for PCBs, which is one of the constituents of concern here, a background level of 84 ppb was determined during this process. So that all went into the development of the remedy and what we've been monitoring ever since. This is the same map I showed earlier, just showing a little bit of a different focus, but every one of those 65 sample stations is used in some way or another in this monitoring program, because we're looking to see if this remedy is meeting 4 different remedial goals. I'll walk through each of those in a second here. And different sample stations are used to determine if we've met different of the remedial goals. So that's what the colored dots represent. But every one of the 65 stations is involved. So we're monitoring the entire site where the remedy was done and the surrounding areas. Now, there are 5 chemicals of concern for this site: copper, mercury, tributyltin, high molecular weight PAHs, and PCBs, and they're all explicitly defined as how they're measured and quantified. And I will now tell you what we've been finding for the 4 remedial goals involved with this site. The first one has to do with the chemistry in the sediment and whether or not it is affecting benthic life. There are some acronyms involved. I'll try to explain them for those of you who may not be entirely familiar with the acronyms. I'll show a table in a second. The news has been good. We did meet the remedial goal for this, both in the year 2 monitoring program and again in year 5. And that is what these tables show. Let me explain quickly what these tables are saying. The top table is from year 2. The lower table is from year 5. And we're comparing against 2 different measures when it comes to this is the sediment safe for benthic life. We're comparing them to the lowest apparent effects threshold, which is one measure of benthic influence. That's LAET. If you look at those tables, that's the column second to the right, where it says 60% LAET. We're looking to make sure at every one of these 5 selected stations, we're coming up with concentrations that are below 60% of the LAET. And if you study these numbers, you'll see well below every time. So that's good. And then we're also comparing against a differently derived measure of benthic effects. That's the bottom row of each of these tables. It says SSMEQ. That is a site-specific medium effects quotient. And basically what it's doing is at each one of our sample locations, we've analyzed for the 5 chemicals of concern. And it's a formula that sort of compiles all 5 of them to compare across all 5 of those analytes. Are we at a level that's good for benthic life? And we want the answer to be 0.9 or less. That's what the CIO states. And if you look at the bottom row of these 2 tables, you'll see we are well below 0.9. So bottom line is year 2 and year 5 passed goal number 1 very well. Now, goal number 2 has to do with sediment toxicity. And here, again, we focused on 5 distinct sample stations, and we subjected organisms in the laboratory to the sediment to see if there's evidence of toxicity, and compared it against various measures. And I guess I'll just bring your attention to the bottom line of the toxicity testing, which is the rightmost columns of that table. The table shows 5 different sampling stations. That's the 5 rows. Back in 2003, that third column from the right, low to moderate effects were known. But ever since then, in 2018 and in 2021, our 2 monitoring events, we are meeting the goal because when we tabulate the results, we find low impact. That's what we need to show, and that's what we're showing. So toxicity goal has been achieved in years 2 and 5. Goal number 3, this has to do with bioaccumulation. Are we seeing evidence that contaminants of concern are building up in tissue of benthic organisms? Macoma nusuta clams have been tested for the various chemicals of interest in both year 2 and year 5. And what we are finding, and as is required by the CAO, is that bioaccumulation levels are being shown to decrease and stay below what they were previously. So we're looking for a positive trend of less bioaccumulation over time, and that is what we're finding through the analysis of these organisms. So bioaccumulation goal is being met. And that leaves us with the 4th goal, and this is the one where we take all 65 of those sample stations and we group them into those 6 different groupings I showed on that map a few minutes ago. And we look at each of them and we calculate a surface weighted average concentration, an SWAC, a SWAC. That's basically, you can think of that as just an average concentration across that area that's contributed by the samples that make it up. And in this case, the CIO stipulates a trigger concentration, or SWAC, I should say, for each of the 5 contaminants of concern. For all 6 of the groups summed together. And so what you end up with is a site-wide SWAC, basically the average concentration across the site. And you see on this table here, table 3, that for the 5 contaminants of concern, in 2018, all of the calculated SWAC numbers are below the trigger, which is what we want. And in 2021, that's the year 5 most recent event, we also came below the trigger numbers for 4 of the 5. But for PCBs, we came up a little bit higher than the trigger surface weighted average concentration. So in year 2, this goal was fully achieved. And in year 5, this goal was almost fully achieved, with the exception of PCBs. That's the one thing we didn't meet in year 5. And that's important. This is a summary of what I just said. Goal 1, 2, 3, and 4, everything achieved except for PCBs at year 5 for surface weighted average concentration. Now, the CAO discusses this. If any goal is not met, then the Shipyard Trust, the shipyards are to prepare an exceedance investigation and characterization study. That's what the acronym EICS that appears on this slide is. That's an Exceedance Investigation and Characterization Work Plan. And that's what this slide describes. We are proposing to do a little bit more evaluation to figure out what is going on with the PCBs that did not meet the goal in year 5. And we looked at the data carefully. We identified a particular location that seemed to be driving this result. The map there puts a red square around the location that seems to be or is driving this result. It's a specific sample location at the North Shipyard. SW20 is the number of that particular station. That's where our EICS study is going to be focusing itself, doing some more sampling right there to see what is going on with the PCBs at that location. It's going to be 3 discrete samples taken. And yeah, we are now in year 10 post remediation. And so we do have a year 10 monitoring program coming together. We are planning it right now. In it, we are going to analyze for PCBs across the site. We're going to develop another service weighted average concentration for PCBs. We're going to do these special additional samples for the SW20 location for PCBs. And this is the timeline of what's going to happen. Here we are in May. We're presenting to you right now. We plan to do the sampling in July. Lab analyses will be done in October, validate the data, and then early in 2027, we anticipate having a year 10 results report, including the exceedance investigation and characterization study. That's where we are. That's where we're headed. Interested if anyone has comments or questions or reactions to any of that.
I have a question.
Please.
Do you have an early theory as to why the PCBs were a higher level in year 5 than they were in year 2?
I kind of wish we did, but it was an unusual outlying concentration. And
So
it's
that
hard to
site
hard
where
to
the
say.
red square is, was that an area that the sand cap was used, or was that an area
Yeah.
that was previously dredged?
Both.
Both, yeah.
Yeah.
So something was disturbed and it didn't hit till year 5?
Could be. Could be. It could, it's hard to say. I mean, every once in a while you find something surprising in your samples, and this did kind of surprise us. We looked at all sorts of possible reasons. Part of that EICS study that I described, it didn't just immediately jump to the fact that we're going to do more sampling. We spent a lot of time investigating all sorts of different possible causes for it. We looked at different depth maps to see if there was evidence of disturbance that might explain it. We looked at evidence for water coming into the area, tracking down all these possible causes, because we did have some theories going in. Well, maybe material flowed in, maybe it was disturbed, but we looked at all that stuff as best we could and didn't see any apparent signal that would explain it to us.
Wow. And then another question, this shipyard trust, can you tell me a little bit how that was organized and how it came
You
together?
want to talk to that one, Kyle?
Yeah, so the Shipyard Trust, the general thing is there's a bunch of, this is a multi-party site. So it's generally easier for these types of sites to have a single entity being able to, say, contract with entities, help coordinate the work, help coordinate with the water board. So all the responsible parties got together and chose my company's name is DeMaximus to build a trust which funds the work. And then we also coordinated the work. So say during the remedial efforts, we were coming to daily meetings, we were working directly with Anchor QEA, and we're continuing to coordinate to this day. Did that answer your question?
I think so. You have probably an elaborate formula by which the responsible parties pay in and create your
Yes.
budget. And
Yeah.
So well, that's interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if I can, go ahead.
I was just going to, I noticed Dr. Olson had a question, but whatever makes sense.
Go ahead, Betty, you can ask your.
Okay, I had the same question that Celeste had about the formation of the trust. So, is it designed so that you'll have enough funding sort of in perpetuity? Is the funding sources you get, are they linked to increases in cost of living, et cetera?
So different responsible parties paid in different fashions. I'm not going to really get into that, but funding at this point is not an issue going forward. We're still in contact with all the RPs. I think, does that answer your question?
Well, sort of. In other words, so all the people who contributed to the fund were also the people that, or the institutions that you identified that caused the pollution, correct? Is that sort of?
Correct.
All right.
Correct. Correct.
So my other question is, now looking at this, what do you think about sand cover versus dredge?
I like them both. I think they both have their, they both work well under the right set of circumstances. They don't always work. I mean, there's a lot of considerations that go into play when you plan and design a dredging project. There's a lot of considerations that come into play when you plan and design a sand cover project. And, going back to the early design of this thing, Kyle and I were working together on that, and we looked at those kind of things. And part of what comes out of that, Dr. Olson, for example, is the recognition that we couldn't dredge everywhere that had to be remediated, right? We were like, there are some limits on what we can and can't dredge. We can only dredge so close to the shoreline. We don't want to destabilize things. And so, we looked also at the sand cover because, we wanted to verify from a design standpoint that a sand cover will meet the remedial goals into the future. And, taking into account all the factors that exist at an active shipyard, the potential for disturbances, the various organisms that live there. And so, I say I like them both. I mean, I don't mean to be flippant. I just think they both showed themselves to be appropriate for this site, and we just devised a good combination of them to apply.
Well, I'm looking at it sort of from a financial standpoint. In other words, if you cover stuff and if it really does last for long periods, which it appears to here, it may be more fiscally responsible. My other question, though, is have you seen any subsidence in any of these areas? I was wondering, so if you had subsidence and then mud from behind or sediment from behind somewhere slides forward and
Right.
affect the trigger.
Yeah, we did not. We looked for that kind of thing. I would not say we saw any subsidence. We did see some localized evidence of sediment moving around and some places where sediment might accumulate a little bit. But again, that was all part of our investigation into what's going on with PCBs. And none of it added up to anything that gave us an explanation why we're seeing that where we did.
And my last question then is, with seawater rise, would you think it would? I'm wondering about more tidal action. I mean, is where these locations are they completely protected from tidal interaction? I mean, I hear we're having the Gonzala El Nino, or Gonzilla, I guess it is, El Nino, coming up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how much of our site remedy extended itself up into the intertidal and above areas. I don't think it did. I think it was all in submerged areas. If we had been in the process of remedying like banks, it's the banks that you have that sort of question come up, right? Are the waves going to influence the banks? Is sea level rise going to influence the banks? Then if that's the case, and you have to design the remedy with certain sort of armor protections, but that wasn't really necessary here because our areas of remedy were submerged.
Well, I can tell you, I'm extraordinarily pleased to hear your results, even though one isn't quite perhaps what you might wish it to be. And I just was thinking that solutions to water problems appear to be sort of decadal. And it looks like yours very promisingly has lasted for a decade. My last question is, of course, since we began this, and you're not responsible for any, what about, do you ever plan to look at any new pollutants that we weren't thinking about at the time that this study went forward? Or is that beyond the foundation's sort of
Sure. Yeah, no, I guess the way I'd put it is right now we are looking to do what the CAO describes and make sure that's all met. And hopefully soon we can all get to a point where we can say that has been done and successfully executed and we are finished. What happens beyond then? What additional contaminants out there? You never know. I mean, that, that across the world, things evolve. But for the standpoint of this CAO and looking back at all the science and engineering that went into formulating the CAO, which included a vast array of potential contaminants that were looked at and screened, I think what we're working with here is a very apt description of the actual health of this part of San Diego Bay.
So you don't believe that any PFOA or PFOS or,
No
that-
reason to think so.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you so much.
Great.
My turn. And I may take a while. I think you and I are the only ones, well, Dave and a few others were around when this happened.
Yeah,
You've added a few gray hair, although I'm jealous of all the years. 'Cause,
I'm working on it.
this is heartening to me. I'm glad to see this. I wish I'd be here in a year or two when you have the final results. I'll probably check back with Dave and see how that turns out. This was a big deal. This was the first one when I came on the board, and it's still the biggest. And in my view, probably the most successful. And I will say up front, at the time and still today, I am pleased and surprised at the cooperation that came from the shipyards, these huge, part of huge corporations, and the Navy. If I remember right, even Standard Oil had a little part. SDG&E, not so much. They fought this thing, and probably for good reason, because I think if you go back to the record, you'll see one of our big concerns with the PCBs was an old SDG&E storage facility kind of down under where the bridge is now. And there were photos from the 1950s showing huge piles of old power pole transformers full of liquid PCB coolants. And the SDG&E lawyer just argued that there was no proof that made it into the bay. My answer was, okay, they're there. They leaked. If they didn't go in the bay, where is it? Come tell us where it is. And they kind of, I think, shut up at that point and went along with the rest of the picture. So I'd like to see a better picture of just where these PCBs are, but if it's anywhere near where their storage facility was, that might be a key. I remember, we were real concerned about, so in general, the way I described it was you have all this area that was polluted, but every place we dredge, we cause huge new problems, right? You're stirring up old contaminants, you're destroying the eelgrass, you're killing all the little critters. So the thought was we would focus on the worst areas and dredge them down until they were clean. And hopefully that would bring the average of that whole 65 up. That was the theory. The other thing going into it, when I got here, and I this was just hearsay, but the fight had gone on for years and years and years, and it was all focused between which party was the most responsible. And when I got on here, we had a rather creative chairman at the time, and the old one had been a lawyer and was just interested in lawyer stuff. And we just said, we don't care. You guys fight it out between you, ergo this trust. As a board you know, it might be nice to point fingers at who was most responsible, but that was just too hard. We couldn't get there. So we just backed off and said, this is what needs to be done. You guys figure it out. And you have done it, and you've done it successfully. So that kind of explains the money thing. It was a couple of years later, we went down to look at the yard, and we were surprised that basically you didn't do what you said, which was take a cut, go back, analyze it, and then go deeper if you needed to. And the answer was, well, it was just made more sense to just take it all the way down. And we noticed at the time there were new seawalls built and a lot of other construction in the shipyards. And some of my fellow board members were upset and said, they've taken advantage of us. They have used this dredging to clean up their ways and deepen the access and make the shipyards better. And my response was win-win, right? That's the perfect solution. If you guys got better ways and cleaner operations and the ability to work on bigger ships, that's good for the people in the barrio and all over our area as far as good business, as long as it's clean and it doesn't affect the bay. So if that in fact was a back motivation for you, congratulations. I think, you were able to take a bad thing and make it better. The other thing to remember in all of this is, and I said it at the time, nobody in that room was responsible for the mess that was in the bay. That was our grandfathers and great-grandfathers at World War I and World War II, as opposed to now where you go down there and all those ships being worked on are bagged in plastic, and my understanding is all the rainwater that hits those piers is collected and filtered. Nothing basically runs off of those piers or those ships and makes it into the bay. So I would be real interested in where the PCBs come from. It wouldn't break my heart if we could go back and point it at SDG&E. Their lawyer was so bad, I found myself pushing my chair back to get away from him. But I digress. So congratulations. I think this has been a real success story. It's been huge. I mean, we're talking $90 million was the estimate on that. I don't know where you stand with that. And in today's dollars, probably quite a bit more, but it was huge. And the cooperation we got from the parties was commendable, with a couple of exceptions. And so I'm glad to hear that we are where we are, and I will shut up. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's great.
Can I just ask a quick question regarding the sand field? Is that to the standard? Do you look at any possible earthquake scenarios at all? You do? Definitely.
Yeah, we definitely looked at potential for earthquakes, both in terms of deciding where and to like what slope inclination we could dredge and what we could place sand cover on. So yeah, we definitely had to look at the seismic potential.
And the sand cover is sand cover only. There's no underlying. I mean, I'm thinking like in a very typical sense in my own yard. If I'm doing my yard, if I want to cover something, I usually have to have some kind of
Right.
Do you have that or?
Not here.
Not
No,
here,
we didn't
just
need it
purely
here.
sand.
Sometimes in some projects we'll have underlayments and stuff, but it was not necessary here. It is sand,
Sand.
sometimes with gravel in it, but it's laid down right upon the seabed.
Okay.
I have a question about, unless you were going to chime in on that one. Just on the bivalves and amphipods that you were sampling, were these species that are found in San Diego Bay, or are there just typical reference species that are good at, telling you whether you've got PCBs or toxins in
They're
this?
definitely that. I know that they are definitely standardized, scientifically derived indicator species. I'm not sure what their prevalence in San Diego Bay is. I think they do exist. I'm not enough of a biological expert to know like to what degree.
Got it. Thanks. And then just curious, like how, and I'm catching up on a lot of history here, but how deep were you dredging in some places? I was just curious to get a little bit of context. And then how deep is the fill that you were providing?
Okay, yeah, no, it's good questions. There's a couple ways I could answer, but I will tell you that we dredged like 4 to 6, sometimes more feet of sediment from the seabed. So, and in terms of how deep under the water is, it ranged a lot because sometimes it's relatively shallow and sometimes it's quite deep. But that's about like the thickness of sediment that we removed. And then we placed back an amount of sand cover that varied from somewhat under a foot to as much as 2 feet.
Dave, you want to comment about the critters that we were testing?
Certainly the Macoma species of clams are very common in San Diego Bay. I think the amphipod is also found in San Diego Bay. So they're locally relevant, and that is really critical when evaluating bioaccumulation and toxicity.
And really quickly, I think Michael did a good job of answering a question posed by Betty regarding the kind of assessing whether the sand cover is kind of remained where it was laid down. They have part of the proposed work plan that we are working on getting approved is having them go back and review the bathymetry data that was recently collected in 2025. I think that was an item that was pending to be completed, but it sounded like BAE had done that last year. So we'll be evaluating that data as well. And I'd like to thank DeMaximus and the shipyards and Anchor today for speaking. And I'd like to invite Julie Macedo for some quick final thoughts, and then we can wrap up today's info item.
Appreciate it. Julie Macedo, on behalf of the cleanup team, San Diego has all the best matters. And keeping in mind that this is an informational item, I just wanted to make a couple of clarifications to some of the presentations you've heard today. First, Michael mentioned that the development of background was a scientific process. It certainly was based on scientific data, but in the shipyards, it was negotiated. And I'm super pleased to hear of all of the progress. But as a reminder, the background numbers were higher because they were negotiated, and the shipyard cleanup was expressly exempt from sediment quality objectives. Michael also stated at one point that the areas for cleanup were chosen based on the purported assumption that constituents hadn't traveled that far, and that purportedly was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that statement because we don't know the extent of where the impacts are. And obviously the goals are to find low impacts so that monitoring and remedial efforts can stop. In terms of the other matters along the bay, I totally echo the win-win nature from Chair Strawn and also the ongoing cooperation. We have seen the reason this was a negotiated step forward was because it was so many parties pointing the finger at each other. And now we are entering the phase where we are pursuing more limited cleanups against individual parties. So maybe less finger pointing, but more responsibility. And I would note that the shipyard is really educational for purposes of duration. So such as they talked about year 2 and year 5. Both presenters talked about year 10 and where we are and where we're going. And I would just urge you to keep in mind that for future cleanups, that it's not something that we can determine at the time of approval of either a remedial selection. It's usually data-driven. As the data comes in, as things are explained, that's pursuant to Celeste's question as to why year 5 was slightly different. Dr. Olson asked a question about in perpetuity. We'd like to think that it would not take that long. But yes, the trust is well-funded. In terms of the last comment I'll make is in terms of the dredging, we say all the time for various matters that the Water Board doesn't dictate manner and method. And so to the extent that sand cover is effective and it's fiscally appropriate and a choice by the dischargers, we are of course happy to allow it to happen and then evaluate its effectiveness. And so when they decided to go deeper, dredge where they could, or dredge deeper than maybe planned, that is a win-win for all of us because then we don't have to worry about the ongoing remedial tail. But I foresee that being an issue in future cleanups. So it is lovely to hear that the information coming out is so positive thus far. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was a great presentation and good to have some good news once in a while. Thank you. Let me find my place here. The next item is an information item on quagga and golden mussels. And Dave, you're going to do that one yourself, or you have a team to help you with that?
We are very fortunate to have Dr. Paul Rochelle here today virtually to give his presentation on these invasive species which are important to our water operations and potentially ecology in our reservoirs.
Can I ask him also ahead of time to just for my interest, if you can speak at all to the New Zealand mud snail as part of this? I'd like to hear about that too.
Certainly. Do we have his presentation? Is he on?
I am loading it up now.
Great, thank you.
So I assume you can hear me, and slides should go full screen. You seeing slides full screen? Yes, okay. New Zealand mud snails. I'm not really prepared to talk about that. I actually do mention them on one of the slides, but we can maybe talk afterwards if there's questions.
Mentions enough. I'm just a fly fisherman, so that one concerns me.
Okay, so it's a personal concern.
Can we kill them with beer, or do they like beer from New Zealand?
So good morning, members of the board and everyone in the room and online. So it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I apologize for not being there in person, but yeah, I'm going to talk about invasive mussels in the State Water Project. And I'm assuming there is a certain level of knowledge within the audience about invasive mussels, maybe not the latest one, golden mussels, but we'll move through it and feel free to ask questions when we're done. So I'll give some background on status of mussels in the State Water Project. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about metropolitans. Oh, and I should have said I'm the Water Quality Section Manager at the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And we've been dealing with quagga mussels in the Colorado River and our Colorado River Aqueduct since 2007. So I will talk a little bit about that. How we look for mussels, the different life stages of the mussels we look for, and then what the state and others and we are doing in response to invasive mussels in the State Water Project, and finish off with a small piece on the regulatory requirements. So golden mussels, there's lots of mussels, there's lots of mollusks, but we're here today primarily talking about golden mussels. Limnoperna fortunei is their scientific name. Native to China and Southeast Asia, and they're similar to quagga mussels and zebra mussels in that they're a pain. They clog up infrastructure, pipes, filters, trash racks, sieves, siphons. Anything that comes in contact with the water can be colonized, infested, and clogged up with these kind of mussels. Golden mussels in particular, as I said, they're native to China. They've spread to at least 9 countries in the last 50 years or so. They can adapt to a wide range of freshwater environments. They are more adaptable than quagga and zebra mussels. They can grow and reproduce at really quite low concentrations of calcium. And so because of that, most California freshwater lakes and probably most lakes in the US are vulnerable to invasion with golden mussels based solely on calcium concentration. So the very first detection of golden mussels in North America, aren't we lucky in California, was in the Port of Stockton in October 2024. So on the left there, that's Department of Fish and Wildlife's original announcement about the appearance of this invasive golden mussel. And there on the map, October 2024, that's the 2 locations where they were first detected, Rough and Ready Island and Turner's Cut, up in the Delta. So that was October 2024. And that's where they are as of last month, as of April. This is the Department of Fish and Wildlife's official detection map. And so you can see there's red dots all over the Delta now. And then all of those dots coming down California, that's through the State Water Project. The larval stages of these mussels are planktonic. And so they go where the water goes. They float freely in the water. And if the water moves south, the mussels will move south. And so it's all the way from the Delta down through the State Water Project, and all the way at the bottom end there, you can see there's a dot in San Diego. Now, I'm not just talking about golden mussels this morning, I'm talking about quagga mussels too, because we have got quagga mussels in the State Water Project. I'm sure everyone is aware that quagga mussels appeared in the Colorado River in 2007. And that was and so Metropolitan's Colorado River Aqueduct and any system linked to that, they're the only systems that had to deal with quagga mussels. But in 2016, a few quagga mussels were detected in the southern part of the State Water Project in Pyramid Lake. And then things went quiet and we didn't see any more. Then in 2018, a few more were found. And then it went in Pyramid, and then it went quiet again. But as of 2023, so as of 3 years ago, quagga mussels are now firmly established in what we call the West Branch of the State Water Project. So in Pyramid Lake, in Castaic Lake, and we are seeing them downstream of Castaic at the influent to one of our treatment plants. So that's quagga mussels on the West Branch, but no quagga mussels have been detected on the East Branch of the State Water Project or anywhere else up north in the State Water Project. So now we'll move to golden mussels. So golden mussels now, so they've come down the State Water Project. They have passed the bifurcation between the East and West Branches. They are in both branches. They have been detected in Pyramid Lake on the West Branch, and at a number of locations on the East Branch, all the way into Silverwood Lake. And we have detected adult mussels and veligers downstream of Silverwood Lake in our pipelines and at the entrance to one of our treatment plants. So the golden mussels have spread really quite quickly. And as I said, they go where the water goes. Now, golden mussels, quagga mussels, it's not the first time they have, well, they're not the first mollusks to enter the US. And you can see there, the third one down, I did preemptively include New Zealand mud snails. So invasive mollusks are actually quite common, and there's at least 16 non-native, so invasive mollusks in the US. The initial detections of some various invasive snails go all the way back to the mid-1800s. But these are just some examples of the first appearance of some of these mollusks in the US. So it's an ongoing problem. Quagga mussels, zebra mussels, and golden mussels present a particular challenge because of the way they grow, their life habit, and the fact that they can clog pipes up. But it's a fairly common occurrence for non-native mollusks, snails, clams, mussels, to be introduced to waters of the US. Two key dates there in orange: 2007, as I said, that's when quagga mussels first appeared in the Colorado River, and 2024, when golden mussels first showed up in the Delta. So now let's look just a few minutes on Metropolitan's experience with quagga mussels in the Colorado River Aqueduct. So first discovered in Lake Mead in January 2007, and within 12 months, they spread very quickly through pretty much all interconnected waterways that were taking Colorado River water. They colonized trash racks, and like I said, into plant intakes. That picture in the middle there, that's the trash rack at the intake to our first pumping plant off the Colorado River. And they form huge clumps. Picture on the left there is a few years ago, one of my staff standing next to, it looks like a pile of sand. That's a pile of dead mussel shells at the entrance to one of our treatment plants. They don't make their way through the treatment plant. They are killed by the treatment processes. But then the mussels pile up in the entrance channels. And we, in the early days of the infestation, we saw piles of mussels, dead mussel shells like that everywhere. So fairly quickly, 2007 and into 2008, we implemented a range of control measures to manage and control the infestation. We were never under the illusion that we were going to eradicate the mussels. They are too successful, they are too prolific, and there is a constant inflow. With the Colorado River, there's a constant inflow into our system. So eradication is really not practical, but we can control them and learn to live with them. So we fairly quickly started continuously chlorinating the outlet of 3 of our lakes in the Colorado River aqueduct system. We have to periodically chlorinate the insides of our outlet towers so that we can still operate those outlet towers. We send divers down under the water to periodically clear off trash racks, fish screens, other kinds of sieves and filters under the water that get clogged up very quickly with mussels. We are fortunate with the Colorado River Aqueduct. We own it, we operate it, and we do shut it down every year for about 3 weeks for routine maintenance. And so that gives us an opportunity to clean out any accumulated mussels. And we do a lot of quagga mussel monitoring and now golden mussel monitoring in all of our lakes and throughout our system. Picture on the right there, it's showing particular measures we have to take if we ever need to do a raw water discharge. If we need to do pipeline maintenance, pipeline repairs, we will need to shut down a pipeline and we have to empty the pipeline. But if it's infested water, as in the case with the Colorado River Aqueduct, we can't just release that water into other bodies of water or onto the ground. We have to take measures to make sure we are not releasing live quagga mussels into the environment. And so typically we will filter, and these are large scale multi-day filtration operations, so they are quite challenging to pull off. Here's just an example of a before and after. These are the valves inside one of our big outlet towers at one of our lakes. On the left hand side you can see the valve structures. You can't really see individual mussels, but they look very rough. That's clusters, that's colonies of mussels completely covering those valve structures. And then after chlorination and cleaning with a high pressure water jet, you can now see the valves on the right hand side. So that's the difference cleaning and maintenance makes. And this picture was from the very early days of the quagga mussel infestation. Just a little bit about the life cycle, because the terminology we use relates to the life cycle. It also indicates how fast they replicate. So from a fertilized egg, we've then got a number of different types of or stages of velages. The velages are the microscopic larval stage of the mussel. And those velages go through a number of morphological changes. And when they're about 3 or 4 weeks old, so that's 3 or 4 weeks after fertilization, they go into the plantigrade stage. And that is the stage that drops out of planktonic, so it drops out of the water flow and looks for somewhere to settle and attaches to surfaces, attaches to rocks, to any submerged concrete structure, to submerged steel, bottles, Coke cans. They'll attach to pretty much anything that is solid, but they really like concrete. Those mussels, those plantigrade velages, then develop into juvenile mussels, as I said, attached to anything. And within a year of the egg being fertilized, the adult mussels are now sexually mature and ready to start reproducing. And so that's the life cycle with the different stages. And so we look at different stages when we are detecting mussels. On the left there, adults. So you can use your eyes, obviously, visual observations of infrastructure looking for adult mussels. At the top, that's a clump of quagga mussels. And on the bottom there, that's a very young but still adult golden mussel. And on the lower left side of the mussel there, you can see what are called the byssal threads. That's how these mussels attach to structures. That's how they attach to surfaces. And it is a very strong bond between those byssal threads and the surface they attach to. So how do we monitor? So that's monitoring adults. The veligers, the microscopic stage, picture on the left there, someone is hanging a plankton net off the side of one of our outlet towers. We filter large, very large volumes of water, concentrate it down, take it back to the lab, and then use microscopy to detect those larval microscopic stages. Using different kinds of microscopy on the left-hand side, middle left-hand side is a bright field image. That's what a golden mussel larval stage or veliger looks like by bright field. And then on the right, we use cross-polarized light microscopy, which is diagnostic for these kinds of calcium shell-bearing organisms. They form that distinct cross kind of shape. You can see the black cross against the bright background. We then also use something called eDNA, which is short for environmental DNA. Anything that's in water can shed its DNA, it can release its DNA. And so if we filter, use special filters, then large volumes of water, we can collect the DNA from eggs, from sperm, from cells. These are multi-celled organisms, so from cells that have sloughed off, from dead and decaying mussels. And we can pick that DNA up. And the eDNA monitoring has been a good early warning monitoring tool. We have got eDNA signals months before we've seen veligers in both quagga mussels and golden mussels in the State Water Project. So it was a good early warning that these mussels are coming. So if we talk about control, there are a wide range of control methods. And remember I said eradication is all but impossible, so it is control. We focus on control. And they range from oxidizing chemicals, things like chlorine, chloramines, chlorine dioxide. We are, for the Colorado River Aqueduct, we are using chlorination, so chlorine. There's non-oxidizing chemicals like copper sulfate, something called Zequinox, which is a biologically produced toxin. Then a range of physical methods. We do a lot of filtration. As I'll mention in a moment, the Department of Water Resources is using UV. There are some possible alternatives, biological alternatives. I often get asked the question about predation. Can we get anything to eat them so that we've got sort of a natural green control? So a variety of control methods, but really the big ones are the chlorination, gaining in popularity now, copper, and then filtration and UV. So golden mussels first detected in the Delta in October 2024. By April, so 6 months later, the state had formed the Golden Mussel Response Task Force and had developed, with, as you can see, the state agencies there, multiple state agencies, a golden mussel response framework. And the overall objectives here are to maintain California's water systems, the State Water Project. There are other water systems that are fed by the Delta that are impacted by this. And the overall objectives of that framework are communication, containment as much as possible, prevention where possible, monitoring, getting all relevant partners engaged in this control, containment, and prevention response, trying to suppress populations wherever possible, and then building on what we already know about quagga and zebra mussels, developing our science and understanding of these golden mussels. DWR's response, so mussels are in the State Water Project, and as I said, where the water goes, the golden mussel veligers will go, and that's what we've seen very quickly and very clearly. And so the volume of water coming down the State Water Project, it is, to all intents and purposes, not practical to try and consider control measures for the entire flow of the State Water Project. And so what DWR is focusing on is their at-risk facilities, looking at critical systems that they cannot afford to allow mussels to accumulate in. And so this is primarily the pumping plants. The pumping plants have to continue operating. And so they are looking at the critical systems within those pumping plants, the cooling systems, the fire systems, the sample lines, the various control lines, if they get clogged up, which would then damage or impede the ability of the pump itself to work. They're doing a lot of study looking at how these golden mussels spawn, what their spawning season is, and their spawning behavior. They're already installing UV light to protect these service lines and these cooling system lines. They're looking at both chlorine and copper exposure trials and doing a lot of monitoring throughout the system. So when thinking about what areas of operations, Metropolitan is a water conveyor. We move water and we treat water and we deliver treated water to the 19 million residents of our Southern California area. So if you think about the areas of our operation that could be impacted by something like golden mussels, it's essentially anything that involves the water. So our reservoirs and conveyance system are vulnerable to infestation, and they have got, there is submerged infrastructure within our reservoirs, things like trash racks and slide gates and the valves that control the ability to move water in and out of lakes and through the conveyances. We also allow recreational boating on 2 of our lakes, and one of the primary measures of contamination with invasive mussels is if a boat is taken from an infested lake and then put in a non-infested lake without prior cleaning and drying. So we have to consider the impact on our recreational boating operation. And then water eventually makes it to our water treatment plants. As I said earlier with one of the pictures, the treatment plant itself, these are large structures, and the mussels don't make their way through the treatment process. But all 5 of our treatment plants use ozone as the primary disinfectant, and the ozone uses raw water for the cooling lines, for the cooling systems. So what we're looking at and what we did with the Colorado River aqueduct infestation is protecting those cooling water systems so that the ozone generators still work, so we can still disinfect the water with ozone and run the treatment plant. And then I have mentioned this, we sometimes release raw water, sometimes for shutdowns and maintenance, but we also deliver groundwater to some of our agencies for replenishment, for groundwater replenishment supplies. And so we can't just release that water without consideration of the potential downstream impacts of releasing invasive mussels. So a little more here on raw water releases. I just said a number of reasons for doing it, and under Fish and Wildlife regulations, we have to have an approved discharge plan. So we submit a discharge plan for every raw water discharge and delivery. And if approved, once approved, we still then have to take control measures. If we can contain the released water in a single site and get it to fully percolate and desiccate, that's the ideal control measure. But if there is any risk at all that that water can move, can run off, and can make its way to another downstream body of water, we will sometimes increase the amount of chlorine we're using to give a little boost of chlorine inactivation prior to releasing the water. And we'll then, and the picture on the lower right there is one of our big filtration rigs. All of that discharge water is filtered, which is an extremely labor-intensive operation. And then we do a lot of monitoring to make sure we are not releasing veliges into downstream bodies of water. And this applies whether it is raw water deliveries for groundwater replenishment or if it's for shutdowns and maintenance. So some of the things we have to think about, and anyone who has to think about when trying to apply invasive mussel control methods. I mean, just for us, we have got continuous large flows of water, huge pipelines, multiple pipelines covering a large area. So the idea of shutting down a large pipeline just so we can demussel it, just so we can apply mussel control measures, it's really not practical. The Colorado River water has different types of water have different characteristics. And the measures that we use, particularly the chemical measures we used in the Colorado River aqueduct system, do not necessarily translate to the State Water Project because of different water quality characteristics. And then we have to think about So now we're not looking at the impact of releasing mussels on waters of the US, but the impact of potential control methods on waters of the US. So if we are using chlorine, if we're chlorinating or using chloramines or using copper, we can't just release that water to waters of the US. We have to consider the impact on threatened or endangered species that might be in the waters that this water has been discharged to. And there are permitting considerations and permit application processes. So that's just on the waters that may be impacted by the discharge water. We then have to think about the potential impact of these control measures, again, the chemical control measures on the drinking water treatment plants and the quality of the water going into and coming out of the water treatment plants, things like disinfection byproducts, compliance with the lead and copper rule, corrosion control. All of the chemicals that we add to control mussels may have an impact on all of these factors before and at the treatment plant. We have to consider the impact not just to us and our operations, but in some cases we're a pass-through agency, we're delivering that water to other agencies, so we have to consider the impact on their operations. And then of course there's just things like the additional chemical supplies, the reliability of chemical supplies, and that's something we've seen a lot through COVID and post-COVID, and with all the various things going on around the world. Chemical supply chains can become quite unreliable, and that then impacts our O&M and our ability to, practice our routine control operations. And of course, cost and schedule are always an issue, always a consideration for anything we do. So with DWR, we are collaborating with DWR, and we are now looking at what are the most practical control measures we can apply to some parts of the state water project supply. Like I said, it's going to be impractical to consider control measures for the entire state water project. It's too large a volume of water. But in some locations, that water supply is split off into different pipelines, and then each of those pipelines have a smaller proportional flow. So we are looking at, can we protect the flow of water in those pipelines that are fed by the state water project? We're looking at chloramines as the primary control method. With the Colorado River Aqueduct, we use chlorine. But the state water project water quality characteristics means that we may form disinfection byproducts, trihalomethanes, at a non-acceptable level. Chloramines are preferable to chlorine because we don't form so many disinfection byproducts. We are also looking at UV, and DWR is looking at UV and installing UV for protecting the service lines that I mentioned, and also for maybe for small, lower volume raw water releases. And again, filtration as well as a potential option. And at the moment, we do have we're working with DWR on a feasibility study for control measures, the optimum control measures for water leaving both Silverwood Lake on the east branch of the State Water Project and Castaic Lake on the west branch. And those feasibility studies are looking at chloramines and also a pilot test for copper injection. Because we are looking at adding chemicals to the state water supply to control mussels, and some of that water may then flow through, be discharged to waters of the US. We do, and particularly for groundwater deliveries, we have one location where the groundwater delivery conveyance is through a water of the US. We do have to have an aquatic animal invasive species control permit under the NPDES. And we got our permit just a couple of weeks ago. But it's not it doesn't give us carte blanche to use any control measure we want. Only pesticides that are currently listed or registered with California Department of Toxic Regulations can be used, and that is chlorine, copper, and Zequinox. Chlorine and chlorine-containing compounds, copper, and Zequinox, which is the biological toxin. Now, of course, they are invasive, so they're considered restricted species, and so there are Fish and Game Code regulations that govern possession and movement of invasive species. And under Section 2301 of the Fish and Game Code, anyone that has these invasive mussels in their system is required to develop a control plan so that we are not passing those mussels on. We're not moving them. We're not spreading the infestation. Anyone who owns and manages a reservoir that isn't yet infested is also required to develop a prevention plan to try and stop that reservoir from getting infested. And all of these control plans come with annual reporting requirements. And you can see down in the far left corner there, it says legal disclaimer. I have been advised, in fact, I've been threatened by my attorney to say that I am not a regulator. I am not an attorney. So no one can go away from this presentation and say, well, Paul Rochelle told us we need to do this. You should not be taking regulatory advice from me. Anyone who does want regulatory advice on invasive mussels, whether you've got them in your system, whether you're afraid they're coming to your system, or whether you're just interested, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Fish and Wildlife are the people to get the official regulatory advice from, or go online and look at the code. I said earlier, recreation is one of the main ways that these mussels can move from one place to another. So far, it's called overland spread, or infestation. A boat goes into an infested lake, gets covered in mussels, comes out, and then goes to another lake and dumps the mussels in there, unless proper measures are taken. And that is the clean, drain, and dry mantra. And Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Water Resources have a lot of material available to educate boaters on the proper ways to clean, drain, and dry boats, so that mussels are not spreading through the recreational route, through the boat route. And so far, there has been no overland transport of golden mussels. So the spread of golden mussels so far in California has been solely as the water moves. It's not with boats carrying it from one place to another. And that's why prevention plans are so important to stop the spread of golden mussels or any other mussel into currently non-infested bodies of water. What do you do if you do find a mussel? Take some pictures, take some photos. No one can do anything without photos. And then contact Fish and Wildlife. So if you find them, if you've got a body of water you manage, or someone reports a mussel on a boat, Fish and Wildlife have got a number of ways of reporting these sightings on their website. But not all shells are invasive mussels. Not all mollusks are invasive mussels. And not all mollusks, shelly kind of things, are really a concern. So on the left-hand side there, the top left, there's a somewhat out of focus picture of a quagga mussel. And then next to it, there's golden mussels. And then there's corbicula, Asian clams. Asian clams are invasive. They first came to California in 1945, but they are spread throughout California. They have a very different growth habitat, and nobody really cares about Asian clams from the perspective of infrastructure fouling. They don't foul infrastructure. They don't attach to surfaces. They don't have those byssal threads I described, and they grow in soft sediments rather than on surfaces. The snail, I've included that picture because one of our staff, I found this shell in the pipeline. I'll send you a picture. I'm afraid it might be a golden mussel. Well, no, it wasn't. It was a snail. And then that weird shrimpy thing on the right, we've had some people see those and think they'd found golden mussels. So not everything is a quagga mussel or a golden mussel, but if in doubt, take a picture and contact Fish and Wildlife. If you've got the one on the far right in your system, you've got real problems because that's a saltwater mussel. And So what is Metropolitan doing? What is the state doing, DWR? And really, what should anyone be doing if they've got these invasive mussels in their system, or they suspect they're about to have these invasive mussels in their system? Prepare control plans, prevention plans if you've got bodies of water that aren't yet infested. Start doing lots of inspections and vulnerability assessments. Which parts of your system are vulnerable to infestation? If it's wet, it's vulnerable to mussels, but maybe some infrastructure, some equipment is less critical than others, and you can afford to have it biofouled, whereas some equipment you can't afford any biofouling whatsoever. Lots of monitoring, assess the impacts to the system as these mussels spread and grow. And then if not already doing it, start designing and ultimately installing the control measures, whether it's chemical control, physical control, UV, filtration. If it's going to be chemical control, need assessments of the impacts of the different types of chemical control. And then certainly we at Metropolitan and everyone else, we are part of the state task force, and get involved with these state and local efforts is a good way of keeping up to speed on what's going on relative to the invasion, the infestation, and then control measures. And now I will end and take any questions.
Question. Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Rochelle. That's very horrifying. I remember, I think it was early 2006, part of the State Water Board's budget process. I testified that we needed, I think it was 24 PYs for inspectors at different points of entry. Yuma Crossing was one, Lake Tahoe was another, coming into California. And then there was the one up by the Klamath of boats to look for quagga mussels. And that was one of our strategies. We presented our whole testimony asking for 24 PYs. I think we got 2. So we kind of knew we were doomed from day one. But I was really heartened to hear that overland transportation is not the biggest hazard. So the education has worked. That's very good to know.
It has worked, and the state agencies were, because of our experiences with quagga mussels, were prepared to ramp up inspections at all of the lakes pretty much as soon as the Goldens turned up in October 2024. So it has certainly worked. And just at our lakes, you know, we do inspections and have done for quagga boats coming in. We've done quagga mussel inspections, and the majority of boats that come in, we find no sign of mussels. So again, the education is working. But every year there'll be a handful of boats that are turned away because they've got mussels on them.
Just takes one.
Betty, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, yes. I wanted to ask, so we have reservoirs down here. Do we need to be concerned in Region 9, which is sort of the south part of the very southernmost part of Orange County, reaching down to the border and then going into Riverside? And it seems like they could be in our reservoirs.
They could. I mean, it depends. It depends on if they're connected. If they are connected to the State Water Project, if they are getting supplies from the State Water Project, then yeah, they are vulnerable to infestation because there are mussels in that water. If they're used for recreation, if people are using them for boating, then they're vulnerable through that avenue as well. And so in any lake that is open to recreation, boat recreation, should already be doing entrance inspections to make sure that watercraft are not coming in. And it's not just boats. We're not just talking big fishing boats. If lakes allow kayaks, canoes, float rings for fishing, anything like that can transmit these mussels. So anything that is, if you've got a lake that is not yet infested, anything that is going to touch that water should be inspected to make sure mussels are not coming in.
Now, what about, so we have the AMP and we have the South County pipeline, so forth, they're not hindered by these golden mussels. Is
No,
that-
and treated, it's only raw water lines. Treated water lines are not an issue because they do not make it through the treatment process. Let's
Okay,
face it, if mussels are making it through the treatment process, we've got other bigger problems there.
and wastewater, they can't survive in.
It's not, certainly quaggas and zebra mussels they're not going to survive in wastewater. I would doubt very much that golden mussels could either, but as I said at the start, they are more adaptable, they are more robust. South America has been dealing with golden mussels since the early 1990s. They first came into Argentina in 1990s and then spread through the connected waterways up through Argentina and up into Brazil. And they've pretty much covered all of Brazil. And we have heard from people in Brazil and other places that the way they describe golden mussels is they're quagga mussels on steroids. So they're bigger, they reproduce quicker, they are more adaptable to environmental conditions, and they can reproduce at lower calcium concentrations. So they are a more robust mussel. But they shouldn't be able to survive in sewage, no.
I don't mean in sewage, but I mean in like tertiary treated water or.
No, they shouldn't make it through that process.
Right. Okay. Okay, but I don't, does Santee allow boats in it? I'm sorry, I don't really. The Santee system?
No.
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 Okay, that's great.
If I can jump in here, I had a couple questions. One follows on with Betty's. One of your first slides showed a red dot in our region, San Diego. I assume that that's San Vicente, and I think that's just quaggas, not goldens. Does anybody know the answer to that?
My understanding, that is golden and it's sweet water, but that's all I know.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that information. I wasn't aware of that. Second, maybe a stupid question. Are they edible?
Yes, you can eat them, but then again, you can eat anything once.
I mean, there was a method to that. That question was just, is it something that I remember when the Coronado Bridge was completely covered with mussels, and then some people figured out they were edible, and they stripped the piers clean to take them to some of the Asian restaurants were big consumers.
They're not particularly tasty. There aren't even many wild animals that eat these things. They're not worth the effort because they're not big like big blue mussels. And once you get them open, the flesh inside is gritty and gray. And even when they're fresh, they smell bad. So, but even there are recipes online for quagga mussels. People make quagga mussel chowder.
Okay. Well, so it's a steroids in there that make this question's for Chad. When you got Edna out in the field, or is this one of the things we're routinely checking for, or do we need to add that to the list?
So Chad Laughlin, San Diego Water Board Senior Environmental Scientist. When we are doing eDNA monitoring in our streams, we are not looking specifically for quagga or goldens. We have had quagga in one stream in our region, that's the Santa Margarita River. It was limited to just about, I want to say, a couple hundred meters downstream of the raw water discharge. Wasn't found below that.
That's right where the pipeline comes over from the Colorado River. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Lake Skinner pipeline.
Segue to my other question. Do we look for the New Zealand mud snail?
So New Zealand mud snail is going to be in the metabarcoding. It should be in the metabarcoding results. We do have New Zealand mud snail in our region. It's going to be in lower Trabuco Creek, lower Aliso Creek. There's a lot of streams that aren't susceptible because they're intermittent.
Right. Then one last comment, and the reason I keep bringing up the New Zealand mud snail, these, particularly the goldens, are a huge economic problem and a problem for our water, our drinkable water system, our potable water system. And I don't want to take that lightly at all. It's a huge problem. my reason for bringing up the New Zealand mud snail is it is not. It's basically an environmental problem. It's not a, so it doesn't cost anybody a lot of money like the Goldens do. So I just cry out once in a while. Let's not forget that that is an environmental problem in our state, and we need to keep looking for that, even though it doesn't have the big hammers after it like the Metropolitan Water District. So, I mean, that doesn't take away anything you're doing. I appreciate it, and I think it's a big problem, and I'm glad to see you're as hard after it as you are. But I just want to be a squeaking wheel on a little tiny mud snail. And that, I don't have any more questions. Anybody else?
I just have a question. Thanks. This has been a fascinating discussion and presentation. I'm curious about the funding landscape, either from, the state, federal government around, any of this are just public agency budgets just having to absorb the costs of O&M and, purchasing these chemicals, deploying them. What does the funding landscape look like?
Yeah, it is. It's a question that comes up a lot, and it's challenging. It's a challenging landscape. On the federal side, I am not aware, I might not be right, but I am not aware of a large influx of cash on the federal side for this. The state, we absorb it as part of our O&M. We've been to our board for special funding for sort of emergency action to implement control measures. The state does make grants available for agencies, and they've always done that with quagga mussels as well. Grants to help implement prevention plans and control plans. And I think I saw there is a new round of state funding just either about to come out or has just become available. But we certainly need more money. It is the golden mussels throughout the State Water Project, statewide, it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars, many hundreds of millions of dollars ultimately that everyone has to bear the brunt of, to control these and to keep the systems running.
Great, thank you.
Chair Strawn, I have a quick
yeah,
question. Hi, Dr. Rochelle. Thank you for the presentation. It's Lori Walsh. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer. And have you been able to do any repurposing of all those shells at all?
We do, particularly out in our desert facilities. So when we remove mussels from submerged infrastructure, if we go to the intake at the Colorado River, every year we send divers down and they jet them off with a high pressure underwater jet and then vacuum out the mussels from the bed they fall to the bed, then vacuum them out and pile them in big heaps and leave them to dry in the desert heat. Is that my screen doing that, or is that your screen doing that?
You look okay to us.
Oh, okay. My screen's doing weird flashing stuff. I don't know what's going on. We pile them in the desert and they desiccate and they dry. And then we've used it as, we've got a lot of dirt roads out in the desert. So we use it as sort of road fill to regrade the roads. Some people, the shells are mostly calcium. They're very calcium rich. So there has been discussion about grinding them up and using them as a calcium supplement, fertilizer. I don't mean for us to start eating, but why not? But that's our main purpose, is road fill for our dirt roads.
Are you able to use all of them for that?
I think so, yeah.
That's good. Okay,
but we've got some very long roads in the desert.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor. It's been very informative, and we appreciate you taking time. Moving forward, I apologize to our Choice Blue Green for making you wait so long, but I need to ask for another 5 minutes or so because I got a bladder overpressure light I have to deal with. So we'll come back, and I shouldn't have said that publicly, should I? Anyway, you get the picture. Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes then. Thank you. Sorry about that. I should coordinate those with the janitorial staff because the restrooms were closed for a while. Can I introduce the Choice Blue Green Committee? Oh, okay. Nick, you're going to lead us off? Thank you.
Yeah, the presentation. I will introduce myself. I'm Nicholas White with the San Diego Water Board in your Stormwater Management Unit. I'm a water resource control engineer. It's my pleasure to introduce this next item. It's going to involve discussing the Choice Blue-Green Vision, as well as infrastructure projects within that watershed. And also, I'd like to just start with an acknowledgement to Chair Strawn, Board Member Cantu, as well as former Board Member Warren for their participation in the Blue-Green Collaborative that was also partially funded from the State Board non-point source grant. So thank you for that participation and collaboration. Moving forward, like to say that this is a reminder that this presentation will touch on elements of multiple water board programs, one of them being the Stormwater Management Unit and our program. This is not a hearing for the Phase 1 MS4 permit. This is an informational item only. The board members will not take any action. So just that reminder, and with that, I'll hand it off to Vicki.
Hello, thank you very much. I know it's almost lunchtime, so we'll try to make this fairly quick. My name is Vicki Estrada. I am a landscape architect. I am board president of Groundwork San Diego. And with me today is Sarah Dusgaby from the city of San Diego, presenting after me. And Bryn Evans is right behind me as well. And then I'll finish up at the end and we'll have time for some questions, hopefully. So let me go fairly quickly. We're going to start with the watershed's purpose and how we developed a blue-green infrastructure partnership with the city, how we advance the vision, how we work together. City's going to share some of their projects, and we're going to share a couple of our projects. And then Brent's going to talk about off-site compliance, okay? So you're probably all aware of this, but just in case, just to remind you, the area that the Chollas Creek watershed entails, actually most of Lemon Grove and a good portion of La Mesa, even the village area of La Mesa, people don't realize that. So the primary streams are located here and shown in blue. So our purpose, the collaborative that we put together to advise the development of a vision for blue-green infrastructure for the Chollas Creek watershed. And again, getting the city of San Diego involved was key. So a vision, what is a vision? A shared articulation of an approach, multi-benefit priorities, illustrative project typologies, and a path towards implementation. That's important. We just don't talk. We're actually going forward and actually going to build some of these things. And fortunately, we got the city. We did a presentation a couple of years ago, Joe LaCava, LaCava's committee, and he's embraced the blue-green infrastructure very, very strongly. And here's one of the posts that he's put on Twitter. And this is one of our site visits, our field trips that we did. So from a decade of action to a 3-year plan, we have a 10-year vision. But let me talk about the 4 major components for the 3-year plan. It's thriving collaborative, which I think we are now, which at first, you know, we had to get to know each other, and now it's not like we're family. I'm not kidding. It really feels that way. Shared implementation plan, viable funding pathways, because without that, you know, what's the point? And clear roles and ownership for results. So sometimes you hear the word green infrastructure, but we've found out that various places around the country, they use the term blue-green infrastructure. And what's different about that, it's to includes climate impacts like flooding and elevated air temperature, street trees. It's much, much bigger than just stormwater by itself, and that's important. So blue-green infrastructure can actually improve the economy, the community, and the environment. So some of our draft principles that we developed as a group is the community. We want to center the community. We're very much about involving the community. And we've had several meetings where we have city staff, we have county staff, we have your staff, and we have community members. And it's they're like 3 hours long, and it's very, very inspirational to have that. Number two, we want to prioritize those community benefits. And number three, make sure that any project that we work on and as we go forward, that we ensure long-term maintenance. And number four, we want to invest in collaborative partnerships. And you'll hear the city talk about that here in a bit. And finally, not as easy as it sounds, but we want to proactively develop green jobs, right, as we go forward. So very quickly, the primary benefits of blue-green infrastructure, flood resilience, obviously. I mean, you're all on the water board, you know what these, but I'm just going to summarize quickly. Flood resilience, safe, clean water, smaller scale flood reduction. Of course, in last January, we had the South Crest area quite a bit of flooding, and city got involved. We're trying to prevent that sort of flooding from ever occurring again. Heat reduction, that's something that's very major. You know, we're not in El Centro. I was going to say luckily, but that doesn't, from a heat standpoint anyway. And that's very critical. I was chair of the City of San Diego Urban Forestry Board, and trees and vegetation, not anymore, that was a while ago, but it's very, very critical. Recreation and green space access, if we can provide that and provide blue-green infrastructure improvements, you know, everybody's so much better off. Secondary community benefits, beautification, community pride. We have found that when we present to the community, it really does instill an amazing sense of, that's my idea. You know, when you get them involved in the process, they feel part of that it's their project, and that beautification and community pride is critical. Diverse and healthy habitats, not just for us, but obviously for our wildlife. That's important. And from an implementation planning standpoint, we've looked at 200 public parcels in the entire watershed based on community benefit, water quality benefit, and implement. You know what? My mouth is dry. Let me drink some water. Does Zyrtec D, if you ever take your allergy pills, it can dry you out, and before you know, you can't. Your mouth sticks together. So we've tried to narrow this down to 3 projects, okay, that are most important. And how do we prioritize this? Well, we first look at the overall list of projects. We look at the data filtering, community benefits, but then we're the star in the middle. We look at the human element. We go out in the field and we verify what, in fact, the statistics and the maps tell us, right? Then we find the top 30, and there will be more site visits. I know some of you have actually come and visited the watershed before, and some of you will want to in the future, and I would love to be there with you. This is a map of the Torres Creek looking at the different land uses and the creeks, but it's kind of weird, kind of psychedelic. You know, I'm in a Grateful Dead cover band. Almost could be like a T-shirt for our band. But those are some of the 3 projects we looked at the very bottom, 1, 2, and 3. Now, what I'm going to do now is briefly talk about, well, what are some of the typologies? When you mention blue-green infrastructure, green streets, stormwater medians, green highways, retention alleys, and we're actually looking at building some of those in our watershed, green alleys, floodable parks, green schoolyards, stormwater park and learning center, stream restoration, and we're doing a lot of that now in the watershed. You'll see a couple examples in a minute. Stream bed, bioengineering, a cul-de-sac canyon. So many of our canyons, of our streets end at the canyon, and it should always be a cul-de-sac, by the way. Too bad, unfortunately, sometimes we have garages and we don't have access to the open space, but that is a very critical part of the blue-green infrastructure, and also wet plazas. So as we advance the vision, you know, a lot of you know Leslie, we're very much about training the residents, the community. Resident empowerment training is a key part. Strategic planning, we talk about the 200 water quality project sites, and I'm going to show you an example in a couple minutes of the Federal Boulevard Creek desalinization, dechannelization, and we're also looking to do grant-funded pilots, and we submitted grants to do that now. So I'm going to turn it over now to Sarah from the city, who's going to go over some of the city's projects. Sarah, where are you? Right here.
I think I fast forward there. How can I go back?
Too far forward.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
All right. Okay. Thank you, board member, and thank you, Vicky. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Sarah Daskebi. I'm a senior civil engineer from City of San Diego Stormwater Department, leading capital improvement project management section, responsible for managing the design of the flood resilience, green infrastructure, and habitat and channel restoration. I'm here today to provide to walk you to provide an overview of the several of the City of San Diego blue-green infrastructure projects. These projects illustrate how the City of San Diego is taking the integrated approach to implement the multi-benefit capital improvement project that not only help with the flood reduction, but also help with improving the water quality, restoring our natures and habitat, and as well as provide the recreational opportunity for the community. Before I start providing the overview of the project, I would like to draw your attention to this map that shows various stormwater capital improvement projects within the Choice watershed, and that ranges from different types of the project, including green infrastructure projects, channel restoration project, and pipeline and flood resilience project. These projects are at the different phases of the design, construction, and bid and advertisement, and majority of that are partially or fully funded through the Water Infrastructure Finance Innovation Act loan that the Stormwater Department was able to secure in August 2022. So as you know, that one of the important goals of the department or stormwater department is to protect neighborhood from flooding while improving the quality of the water throughout the city of San Diego. And the strategy that the department is taking to implement this goal is to introduce and to implement multi-benefit and integrated capital improvement project to not only provide the flood risk reduction, but also help with the improving the water quality, providing community benefit, and as well as helping with the restoration and then restoring our natures. So all these projects that I'm presenting reflects these benefits and these goals of the department. All together helps with providing and expanding green space, habitat mitigation, and strengthening the more healthier surrounding ecosystem. Also includes green infrastructure features such as module wetland, biofiltration that helps with improving the water quality of the Choice Creek and San Diego Bay. Proposed recreational opportunities such as multi-purpose trail that helps bikers, cyclists, and pedestrians to provide greater access to our natures and open space. And then all these paired with critical infrastructure upgrades, including replacing aging and undersized stormwater and conveyance system, and increasing waterway capacity to help with the flood risk. In general, like by implementing all these multi-benefit projects, we help to build a safer, healthier environment while we are providing the long-lasting environmental and recreational opportunities. So one of the prime example of the multi-benefit project from City of San Diego is Hamosha Waterway Revitalization Project that focus on the improvement on upper portion of the South Choice Creek, which begins from Beacon Drive and continue west along the channel and ends at the intersection of the Imperial Avenue and Woodman Streets. This project is located in Skyline Paradise Hill community area within the Council District 4 in Choice watershed. So the 1.3-mile channel under existing condition has experienced flooding during a small storm event, has a limited capacity, and overflow during the small storm event can provide only 2 to 5 year storm event level of the flood protection to the neighborhood. The culverts crossing the waterways undersized and overflow during the largest storm event. There is no water quality basin in the area, which resulted in accumulation of the trash, debris, and sediment within the Hamosha waterway, which eventually discharged to the Choice and San Diego Bay.
So as a result of this issue, the project goal is to address all these issues by increasing the waterway capacity and increasing the capacity of the channel, as is shown in the map here with the blue color. As part of the project, more green space and wetland area are proposed to be established to help to mitigate the impact of the project and as well help with the ongoing and future maintenance of this channel and other waterways within the Choice watershed. The project proposed to replace and upsize undersized culverts to help with the capacity and increasing the capacity of the overall channel. And then a water quality basin and biofiltration basin is proposed south of the Meadowbrook. That is, I don't know if my laser pointer is working, but that is shown here west of the Meadowbrook that captured the runoff from a storm drain system, filter and remove the pollutant before discharging to the waterway to help with the improving the quality of the Hamosha waterway. Last but not least, a multi-purpose trail that is shown with yellow color is proposed along the creek that again provide opportunity to all the pedestrians, to the cyclists to enjoy San Diego's beautiful nature as they are walking along this natural-based solution. Moving north to the watershed, El Cerrito and Rolando Park Storm Drain and Green Infrastructure Project, focusing on improving water quality as well as upgrading the storm drain system. The project is located in Mid-City Eastern Area Community within the Council District 9, within San Diego Bay Watershed and Choice Watershed. The goal of the project is to replace and upgrade old and deteriorated corrugated metal pipe undersized storm drain system, improving the water quality by implementing different green infrastructure features, and also to extend the outfall to the well-defined low point to avoid future and further erosions. The project proposed brand new storm drain system shown with red here within the El Cerrito neighborhood and abandoning the old deteriorated corrugated metal pipe shown in the purple here, and also replacing the existing and undersized storm drain system shown in orange color. Also, green infrastructure features such as the modular wetland is proposed to receive the first flush and 85th percentile storm event from the storm drain system to capture, treat, and discharge the treated water back to the storm drain system. The project proposed a brand new storm drain system along Loma Alta Drive and Vista Grande, shown with red here, to improve the conveyance capacity of the neighborhood and avoid localized flooding. Again, abandoning the old storm drain system shown with purple and extending a few outfall to the well-defined low point to avoid erosion and restore canyons and air slopes. So the next two projects that I'm presenting is at the final stage of construction. The stormwater management features are already in the ground and in the field and constructed. One of them is the South Crest GI Green Infrastructure Project. It is in the southeastern San Diego community area within the Council District 8. The goal of the project is, again, shows another city's commitment to improve the quality of the Joyous Creek, propose different stormwater management at 3 different locations at the intersection of the 39th Street and Joyous Creek, 38th Street and Joyous Creek within the vacant city parcel, and also along the Logan Avenue. At Site 2, a biofiltration basin is proposed within the vacant parcel land of the City of San Diego that receive the runoff from diversion system that allows the runoff to remove and to go through the filtration, the natural filtration process, and remove pollutants and nutrients through the vegetation and soil media. At Site 5, the two compact module wetland is proposed to capture, treat runoff before discharging to our storm drain system. And last, at site 6, a subsurface concrete wall is proposed to capture the runoff, allow the water to attenuate and sediment to get separated from the runoff, and then before discharging and flowing through a modular wetland and then discharging to the storm drain system and provide and improve the water quality. Another project that the construction is complete is Logan Heights LID. Again, it's in a southeastern community area within the Council District 8. The goal of the project is to improve the water quality of the Choyes Creek. This project proposed different type of stormwater management along Newton Avenue and then along 29th Street, 30th Street, and then 32nd Street. So this project has installed a series of the low impact development features through a precast bifiltration unit, again, through the curb cuts, allow the runoff and the first flush to go through this bifiltration to treat them, and then discharge the treated water to the storm drain system. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to.
Thank you. I'll briefly go over a couple of our projects, as I mentioned. Segment 5, in the lower right-hand corner of the aerial photograph, that's the Jackie Robinson YMCA. And Imperial Avenue in the bottom, and the very upper right-hand corner, that's Interstate 805. Okay? So right now it's pretty much a rundo, it's just a mess. So our purpose is not just revegetation, but bring it up to standard. Really look at it from a stormwater standpoint. You can see some of the things that we've done with using some of the existing berms, putting trails on the berms, having a pedestrian bridge go across, utilizing bioswales, utilizing detention bases, slowing the water down, giving it a chance to go into the ground, whereas right now it just tends to kind of go as fast as it can out to the bay. And what we're doing is we're also going to try to replicate some of the other improvements that are within the watershed up there by the Walgreens, by Euclid and Market. There is a couple entry points on either end of that where we actually had an artist come in and use some of the rocks that exist in the creek itself and do a Choyes Creek entry. You can see the upper left-hand corner. That's actually an abstraction of the watershed, the blue lines that I showed you earlier. And on the lower left, that's an abstraction of a cholla cactus, since we're trying to make that consistent throughout and maybe begin to create an identity as such. The last project we're going to share is a Federal Boulevard. Looking east from here, 94 is on the right. Home Avenue is on going up to the upper left. The old police firing range was there. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but it turned out that lead isn't so good for the ground, so they have since closed it because it is fairly contaminated. The K9 facility also will be relocated up to where the old Charger training camp used to be. The Charger training camp is going to be police plaza. It's going to be like 4 different divisions up where the old Charger training camp was. But what we're doing here is replacing some of the existing concrete channel, slowing the water down, as I said, and putting vegetation on the side. Let's go to one more here. You can see some of the cross sections where we're trying to make the ground more permeable. And the civil engineer, by the way, he's right behind me. Tori, where are you? Right here, Tori Walker. And you can see what it looks like now. The intent is to make it look like a typical riparian area, right? And slow the water down. So with that, we have a couple other images that Brent's going to talk about. If I can get this arrow to move forward. Okay. Finally, one of the neat things about this, in the upper left-hand corner, right at Home Avenue in Federal, we were able to get funding to actually do, the community is very park poor. So as part of this project, we're actually going to be doing a small pocket park. It might happen, in phase 2. Groundbreaking is in June, what was the date? 26th. And it'll be for the first phase of the project. So we're pretty excited about this because, and like you've seen in a lot of these projects and with the city as well, we were able to incorporate trails and other neighborhood improvements, which actually help the community all the way around. So Bryn, if you can come up, talk about off-site compliance.
All right. Good morning, Chair Strawn, board members, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm Bryn Evans with Craft Water, and I'm here to talk a little bit about offsite compliance for stormwater programs, also known as alternative compliance. As you know, most likely know, that program allows for potential for new development and redevelopment projects to utilize offsite best management practices to satisfy stormwater requirements, provided certain thresholds are met in terms of a greater water quality benefit. So we refer to those development projects as priority development projects that meet certain thresholds, and then stormwater best management practices that are implemented offsite as offsite BMPs. And so in the current regulatory framework under the MS4 permit, and to Nick's point, this is not a discussion about the MS4 permit. No action is required. But phase one of that alternative compliance program is active, and that phase one allows for developers to fully implement an offsite program by themselves. So they have a new development or redevelopment that meets thresholds. They can build an offsite best management practices and then maintain it on their own. Phase two of that program, at least in the Choice Creek watershed, is not yet active. And phase two is typically proposes a credit trading system, which would require that the developers, or would allow for developers to potentially buy credits for an offsite best management practice to be utilized as their on-site stormwater compliance, at least a portion of their on-site stormwater compliance. And in order to implement that phase two, there's a few things that need to happen. There's certainly a program development phase, which would require the coordination amongst municipal agencies that would be participating. There would be a requirement to update the stormwater standards within those municipal agencies so that that program is memorialized. And then that would all require regional board approval ultimately. So in terms of implementing this in practice, a phase two program with a credit trading framework, there's a key regulatory impediment that currently exists, and that is the credit trading areas. This has been discussed in the past, and I'm sure you've been party to some of these discussions, but in an area like the San Diego Bay watershed, which includes the Choice Creek watershed, you have areas that have very high density, new development, redevelopment activity going on. I'm thinking about downtown as an example, but other areas, Point Loma and what have you. A lot of projects going in there are in areas where there's very limited space, and even opportunities for doing offsite programs are limited. There's little open space, little opportunity for doing offsite compliance. However, if you were going to implement a credit trading system, you would still need to, under the current permitting framework, you would still need to implement that offsite program within that challenging area. Point Loma, the Midtown area, those are areas that are very challenging to find those opportunities. And so that current impediment eliminates an opportunity for a developer to help fund a program like some of the projects that you just saw, the City of San Diego present or Groundworks was working on. So Groundworks is taking the lead regionally to work collaboratively with stakeholders to come together and come up with a potential permit enhancement, we'll call it, or an enhancement pilot program that could be included as part of future discussions of the MS4 permit. And that pilot would include some environmental justice or climate integration enhancement that would potentially allow for a permit or a modification of the current language to include this environmental justice or climate enhancement so that projects that provide multiple benefits could be prioritized and potentially that cross watershed implementation could occur. So the current situation with a high density new development, redevelopment happening in areas with little opportunity could potentially allow for these offsite areas in Choice Creek. That also provides a benefit for areas like Choice Creek where there is a high need for climate reduction type projects and justice for previous development practices that have lessened the opportunity for recreation and parks in those types of areas. And so this opportunity exists in terms of thinking about this from an offsite compliance component of a regulatory framework that would allow for this programmatic change to occur. And that could bring things like water quality improvements, flood reduction benefits, air quality improvements, recreational improvements, all to these areas that are in need of these types of improvements, but have little new development and redevelopment occurring. So there is an opportunity to equalize the funding, I guess, across these different types of areas. And this all is aligned with statewide regulation that require, like Senate Bill 1000, that requires environmental justice be included in regulatory framework planning, board actions such as the Tijuana River Advanced Restoration Plan that includes provisions for integrating environmental justice into the prioritization and restoration projects that are included in that effort, and other regional efforts to include environmental justice and climate in future planning efforts. So that's it. I'm going to hand it back to Vicky with that.
So finally, we have questions, but before I do that, I want to introduce the people who are here. So depending on which question you ask, we are prepared to answer every question you might ask, right? So along with Sarah, where's Summer? Oh, Summer's over on that side with the City of San Diego. We also have, Leslie Reynolds, our Executive Director, and we have Toya Walker, works with us a lot on a lot of projects as our civil engineer and hydrologist. And I guess that's it. Oh, Melissa is also on our board, who I think you know Melissa. So we thought I'd known her for years, and it was a logical ask to have her help us out on the board. So with that, do you have any questions for us to be able to answer, please?
I have a lot of questions.
Uh-oh.
But I mainly want to say how inspired I really needed to hear this presentation today in my global life. So thank you very much for that. Lots of times it seems like there's just no progress being made anywhere. And you're showing so many seeds of big progress of integrating, difficult to integrate and hard to finance things and hard to permit things sometimes, but absolutely the right things that should be being done. So my mind was just thinking of all the different ways we could springboard off of that to make things move a little bit more easily. Several questions for you. One is there a register, I don't know who to ask this to, maybe Dave, a register of blue-green projects that you or maybe somebody else is also working on that we could hand a developer in an impacted, highly urbanized area where there's no opportunity to do anything and say, we would recommend that you
go look
finance,
at this project, yeah.
One of these 20 spectacular programs right here.
Do you know of anybody?
Summer's the best.
Summer.
Good afternoon. My name is Samar Hassanin. I am a deputy director with the city's stormwater department. We do have a fantastic list that is always ready. I was just talking to Leslie about this right before this meeting. Our projects are ready, and we have a list that is public, actually. So the map that Sarah showed in one of her slides, they're just dots on the map, but these are active design projects that the City of San Diego has.
So the City of San Diego is the sponsor of those projects.
Yeah, we're the sponsor and the owner really of these projects. We initiate them, we plan them at watershed level. But the list that Sarah showed, for the most part, these are projects that are in active design and they're funded. It doesn't mean that we have endless money to fund all these projects. So we welcome any ideas for partnering in terms of like maybe 3P, right? Like the private-public partnership projects. But there are a lot of issues that come with that, which we'll cross that bridge once we get to it. But I'm more than happy to hear your input
So
and
I'm
ideas.
interested in your list, but I'm also interested in kind of an Uber list that includes not just the city's projects, but all the different nonprofits, where the field level, field-informed, community-informed, organically from the community projects. So I've got to believe there's a longer list that could be had.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, given the generous state water board funding, that is exactly what the Blue Green Collaborative is up to right now. And so we are convening over the next year with this mix of informed and trained up resident leaders and all the other government
You had very
stakeholders.
impressive
And
people.
so out of that, we're actually unfolding and prioritizing projects that look at water quality benefits, but in the context of communities' lived conditions and climate challenges and the multi-benefits. So we're going to take 3 of the projects with the water board funding to something like 30%, maybe 40% design, in the hopes of getting those funded either, well, some way. And then also in the larger process to begin standing up this menu that you're talking about. And we have other nonprofits that participate in the collaborative, certainly Canyonlands, which is our go-to partner for a lot of certainly streambed bioengineering. So thank you. We do need that list, and we're prepared to develop those and get things far enough along so that they are close to, if not construction ready. And segment 5 is a case in point where we generated the funding. It is a city asset, but it will be construction ready by next March. So
Segment 5 seemed like a wonderful project, but I really would like a better name. So
I know.
when you get to that point, you'll get to a better name.
It's my fault because I named it segment 5 25 years ago when we did the first study and it didn't change. Our apologies.
We'll call it the Estrada Project.
I vouch you will not be.
The Vicky Estrada project.
Yeah.
It's good. Good work. And great presentation. I'd like to receive a copy of it.
Oh, well, okay. You have it.
Okay, we'll get that.
Okay,
on our
thank
end
you.
then.
Okay.
Great slides.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Any other questions? You go first.
And more, this is just really exciting and inspiring and maybe less of a question and more just of a comment, just in terms of, I always keep thinking about funding, funding to do all these great projects. And Vicki, you highlighted just so many great community benefits around this, around, social fabric and, reducing heat island effect, biodiversity, getting kids outside, and just really, I think, other regions within the state have been able to have kind of own dedicated tax measures and tax revenue. So I keep thinking about Measure W in Los Angeles, and to what extent can we explore as a region, having some level of our own dedicated local source of funding. So I know this is a challenge for a lot of municipalities, a lot of partners. There's statewide funding for some of this, but just local funding could be helpful. So I know there's been efforts over the years. So I just want to throw that out there. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
For San Diego to have.
Okay.
That's good. Along that line, do we look at other partners to not just local fundings, but do we look at possible federal or like the foundation, the National Park Foundation and so forth?
Absolutely. Thanks for that good question. We are part of a national network, which is Groundwork USA, and our primary partners are the National Park Service and EPA through that organization. And we actually had, in concert with the city of San Diego, an $18 million EPA community change grant that was unfortunately imploded after we got through the first round of reviews when funds disappeared. So absolutely at the federal level, when funds reappear, we're well funded by the state of California. This $10 million project has 3 funders, DWR, Wildlife Conservation Board, and CNRA, Natural Resources Agency. And PREBIS is stepping up and trying to help in a sort of greening schoolyard water quality multi-benefit effort. So we're trying, but we welcome all suggestions and help in that regard. It's not easy.
Yeah, and I have one. So
great.
after this meeting, I will hook you up because the Bureau of Land Management Foundation is looking for projects. And I have just the person to connect you to.
Thank you very much.
Can I just add to this as well? So for the City of San Diego's capital improvement program projects, aside from or absence a dedicated stormwater funding measure, we get annual budget through the city's capital improvement program, which is not a lot, frankly. Yeah. So we have been very proactive in pursuing other funding sources. And Sarah touched on it in one of her slides, the WIFIA program. So we have secured a $459 million WIFIA loan for the city of San Diego in August of 2022. It did require a 51% match from the city, which is amazing. So the city did commit to providing that match, and it's been already appropriated over the years. Then in addition to that, I forgot her name, but the state representative that gave an update earlier in the day Nicole talked about the state revolving fund loans. So we secured $55 million for another stormwater project that is in construction now. And then we have been already selected for another SRF loan for 3 projects in the Choyas watershed, and that's in the works. We're negotiating the agreement with the state board as we speak. And we have several grants that have been already secured. South Crest Green Infrastructure project that Sarah presented that is in the ground already now. That was partially funded by a grant. And then the remaining funds is from the city's local funds and other grants that have been already awarded. And then we have many more that are in application phase at this point. So we welcome your support and advocacy for any of these projects. I know Prop 4 is coming up, and we're talking about some grand ideas here for Prop 4 projects that we're planning to put together at watershed level that would have multiple projects. So we're more than happy to talk to you offline and continue that discussion.
It is very gratifying to hear that you're looking not just government funding, but also private fundings as well as partnerships, like private-public partnerships and so forth. Yeah.
Follow-on question or comment, maybe, and Dave probably knows this is coming. Long time ago, we tried to set up some kind of a listing like this to make it available for SEP projects. Could this be used in that, or is there the same barricades against using this pre-made list that we had before?
No, we actually do have a SEP list. Unfortunately, we found that the staff time that went into preparing it wasn't being utilized. As I'm sure you and the audience know, in order for a SEP to be employed in a discharge violation action, both the discharger and the regional board have to be in concurrence on it. And there's generally a nexus within watershed of discharge and SEP. Nonetheless, the board has adopted a resolution that prioritizes environmental justice communities for SEP actions. And we remain open to adding more projects to that list to share with dischargers alleged to be in violation to consider enhancements. So it's still very much an option. The other contingencies I think that are important to note is timing and funding amount. We can often come up with concepts, but concepts are not bills due. And so by the time it actually becomes a real project, was the money available now or was it available then becomes an issue. But it's always worth trying, and we remain open to working with the Blue Green Collaborative and others to populate that list with potential good projects.
Look, I understand that the dichotomy in funding, SEP funding normally wouldn't be big enough to take on some of the projects they're talking about here, but yeah, so, those things are, I'm glad they're being considered and looked at. Do we have any other comments? Yep.
It seems like a stupid question, but where is the source of water for Choyas Creek? Just from runoffs?
Pretty much, unless there's a storm, because it's not like the San Diego River, San Diego,
Right.
where there's, tends to be water all the time. It's just nuisance runoff from people watering the lawns and so forth. During the storm, during the winter, yeah, then you have a little bit more of a trickle, or during a big storm, a lot of water, but it dies pretty quickly because the watershed isn't quite, isn't that big. And unlike
Cannot
other
sustain
watersheds,
itself.
we don't have a whole lot of riparian areas with big trees and so forth, right? It's a little bit different. it was sacred to the Kumeyaay, but they use it differently than some of the other watersheds. So,
Okay, yeah, I was looking at the map and say, where is the
yeah,
source?
yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation for all of you. I'm glad you came and stuck with us so long. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
With that, I think we're ready to temporarily close the public portion of this meeting. And Alex, do we have anything other than the personnel issue for a closed session?
Nope, it'll just be item 12, personnel matter.
Okay, so I think that's going to be fairly short, but we'll go ahead and convene it or close down this public portion, and I'll come back in and close the whole thing a little bit later. This is Chairman Strawn. I'm going to reopen the public section of our meeting today and then adjourn the meeting.